good. And thank you for being our IT guy for the night.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
it's
Rick,
just particular when it comes to certain things, I guess. Great. With that, then I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please? No, because now Deborah can't unmute herself. So
Deborah, you have to switch over also, I think.
we will wait until that gets solved.
So I think Deborah's going to rejoin also. Sorry about this.
Okay, Hunter, I'm going to call the roll. It's Brody.
Okay, thanks, Brody. Then with that, Brody, can you call the roll, please?
Of course. Jesse Burley.
Here.
Andrew Aronson.
Here.
Held.
Here.
Held. Melissa Sherburne.
Hey, Brody, I'm here, but I think I need to be made co-host rather than just unmuting me because I think that's just temporary. And I can't unmute myself.
Here you go.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Hunter Mortensen.
Here.
Rick Inkin.
We had him.
We'll come back to Rick. Let's see, who else do we have? Sorry.
Dan.
Dan Fallon.
Here.
Here. So Rick Inkin, I don't see him on here anymore.
He was.
I will make note when he rejoins the meeting due to technical issues. He was here and I think he's just trying to log back in. So when he joins us, I will.
Oh, here he is.
Make sure that goes on the record.
Okay, I see him. He's in. Rick Inkin, can you hear us?
How about now?
Yep.
Hey.
Yes, we were just doing roll call. So Rick Inkin.
Yeah. Here. Thanks.
All council members, co-hosts, please.
All right. All council members appear to be present and technology is now working in one way or another. Thank you, Brody. I appreciate that. Well, moving on, we'll go to in the work session, public comment. Oof, got flustered there for a second. Citizens making comments during the public comment or public hearing should state their names, addresses for the record, be topic specific, and please limit comments to no longer than 3 minutes. If you'd like to make a comment this afternoon, please raise your hand in the participant box or turn on your video and unmute yourself. I'll open it up for public comment at this time. I'm scrolling the participant list. Okay, seeing no public comment. I'll close public comment this time, move on to mayor and council comments. Council, does anyone have, Andy Held, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say thank you very much for taking action with the post office. Good job, nice work. Also to Mayor Pro Tem Burley, thank you.
Thanks. And Melissa, I was remiss. Melissa also wrote a letter to the congressman and was involved in that as well, and that didn't get stated. So she was right there with us working. And we know it's step one. We're not done yet, I fear, but I think now that they know we're here, that will be a good step forward. So I appreciate that. Any other council comments? Dan?
Actually, just Hunter, question for you. So are we moving public comment for the meeting to 4, or does the meeting start at 7 and will there be another round of public comment at 7?
Because we're being virtual, Councilmember Fallon, we've been doing public comment at the beginning of the meeting, even though it's work session. It's up to council if you wanted to change that, of course. And we don't have any time certain on the agendas.
Is that something, Dan, do you want us to try reopening public comment at 7 to see if additional folks have joined who might have.
Yeah, you may. There might be some people who just might be tuning in at 7. I don't know for a fact there are, but it would occur to me that maybe that has been kind of the protocol for a while, but maybe just check back in.
Okay, and unless other council members strongly disagree, I don't disagree with that, because I think this time format, there's a lot of people still probably at work who might want to chime in. Other council comments, Jesse.
Yeah, just wanted to mention that the governor signed the bills from the special legislative session, which includes some business assistance grants and then some childcare assistance. So there was a press release that went out yesterday from the governor's office, and the town of Frisco's communications staff has been doing a really good job of getting that info out to the businesses. So just wanted to let everyone know that that's coming down the pike, and that more action was recently taken by our state government.
Great, appreciate that. I would just like to remind everybody that to take a deep breath. I think people we're hitting a lot of fatigue and stress, and it's been a long, difficult run. And I know I've just felt it around town that there's a little bit of tension and nerves are a little raw these days. And with the news and everything else that's going on, that we are struggling, and everyone's struggling, and know that everyone we see is going through their own personal struggles right now. So we just need to be nice to everyone, reach out, be open, be available, be friendly. It's what we do best. And everybody right now can just use a smile and a hello, and we don't always have to reach out beyond that, but that goes a long way. And times are tough across the board, and we don't need to take out anything on others right now. And so I just appreciate people keeping in mind that everyone's got their own battles, and we're working on it, and things hopefully will be better soon. And I appreciate that from everyone around town. So thank you all. If there are no other council comments, move on to staff updates.
Mayor and Council, I did ask Town Clerk Deborah Wilmots to give us a little introduction as to this new technology during staff comments on about how, and in fact, confirms why we need that. She's going to pull up the screen and show how you can download the agenda and all the options, and why there was some confusion tonight. It's on which button to press. So if council is okay with that.
Please, Deborah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Brody's going to share her screen, and I'll just talk a little bit about it. So as we've mentioned, we are moving into a new software called the Prime Gov system of its software, agenda management and video streaming. So we've created a new page on our government site that you can find under your government, and then under councils and commissions, that is called the Council and Commissions meeting page. It's the portal for Prime Gov. We are also creating buttons in the meeting calendar and on our newsletters that will direct you directly to this page. So everything should always point here, and hopefully you'll learn to just go here. But on this page, you'll see at the very top, it will list future meetings. So you'll see today's meeting, and then you'll see our next scheduled meeting. On it, it's got several different kinds of links. It's got an HTML agenda one that will let you open it and then open individual documents from the agenda items. It's got the packet as well, which is set up as you remember it, a PDF with bookmarks. And then to the right of those buttons, you'll see two other icons. One is for Zoom, which is where we are now, and we're going to have to do a little bit of research as to why things went the way they did today. Nobody told us that would happen. And then a YouTube video, a YouTube button as well, so that people can look at it either way, depending whether they want to participate or they just want to view. The YouTube videos will be held in perpetuity on this page down in the archive section of the portal. So you'll see our last two meetings. We'll have the active video buttons that go to YouTube, and then it will also still have the same things that it had before, which is the agenda and the council packets with all of the associated items for each agenda item.
One more thing on the HTML agenda on the past meetings, if you use that link, that will bring up the YouTube video, and then you could click on an item and it will jump to that place on the YouTube video, so you don't have to watch a whole movie or hold the whole meeting.
And just so you know, with regards to the chaos of today's meeting, we had gotten the alert that some changes had happened to Zoom that we didn't know about, and we still don't know what they are. So speculation is this is a problem related to a system upgrade. Much like Rick said, the Mac is no longer supporting Zoom.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Any council, any questions or clarifications on the new platform from Deborah or Brody?
Great job. I think this will make our meetings more accessible so that people don't feel overwhelmed by having to listen or try to sit through an entire meeting. They can jump to an item that is very specific to what they're interested in. And it just helps with our transparency and our accessibility to the public. So thank you.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is really part of your strategic priority in terms of engaging the community more. And we started some of these things before COVID, sort of a pre-post-COVID discussion. And now because of COVID, we've been able to expedite the digitization of so many of our tasks, and this is one of them. So,
and I should point out that right now we are live and there are 7 people watching us on YouTube.
Cool.
So it's working. I don't.
And one more feature of this portal that you cannot see right now because of the way the system is set up, but preceding meetings, there will also be 2 buttons on the meeting and all of the meetings that say comment and speak. And so our viewers, our constituents have the ability to give us feedback and ask to participate prior to meetings. And then the system will let me know if there are people who wanted to speak on certain items.
Fantastic. I'm sure once the kinks are worked out, this will we'll put everything that we're happening today behind us. Other staff updates at this time, Nancy.
Well, I wanted to let council know, as you know, but the Tubing Hill is open and it's going very well. So I don't know if you wanted an update about that. And also, I just want to double check. I got a text from our town attorney, Thad Renault, and he's not sure if he's in the meeting or not. So Brody or Deborah, I don't know if you can help him. I don't. But I don't know if you want an update on the Tubing Hill, but it's going well. Very different with so much distancing, but we're sold out, by the way, every day through, Diane, there you are, middle of January, I believe, Diane?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. The Tubing Hill did open on Friday. We are at 25% capacity at this point in time. So if it doesn't look like there's a lot of people out there, that's the reason. It's been great though. Staff has been just doing a great job. And the guests who came out really followed everything we asked for them to follow. They're wearing masks, they're doing all their reservations online, they are signing the waiver online, they're no longer gathering in the yurt. They have all the signage is as you walk up to the magic carpet, it's all present at that level. So it's been really good. Nordic Center is also up and running at this point in time. Feedback has been great there as well. And we're very hopeful that within the next couple of days, we'll have additional terrain open, just because of all the man-made snow, sorry, not a lot of natural snow at this point in time. Other update for you real quick, museum is closed under the red restrictions. Museums need to close. So we are closed to the public, but we are continuing to work and doing a lot of projects behind the scenes. And the last update too, we are running the school days, well, they're actually school days, but they're all virtually learning. So we're running a program out of both First and Main for the community, as well as over at the middle school for members of our community. So the kids can continue to do their remote learning and parents can continue to work.
Great. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that update.
You're welcome.
One more update. I just wanted to let Mayor and Council know that the Vail Health testing site here in Frisco is going to be relocating to the town of Breckenridge around Friday. So we still have Centura. We also have of course, High Country Health are up at the hospital. They're doing testing there. Then there'll be a testing site in Silverthorne through the end of the year, December 30th. And then there's the testing site in Breck, kind of spreading them out.
And that'll open the community center back up for youth activities or programming?
Correct. Mm-hmm. After we give it a good cleaning and about a week break.
Okay. That's good. That is all for staff updates. Move on to the work session. And agenda item number 1 for the work session this afternoon is an update from the Summit County Preschool. I see a few board members, and I also see Kim is with us. And Kim, welcome. Thanks for bearing with the technology problems, and looking forward to an update. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely no problem. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then Brody, would I be able to share my screen so that I can put my presentation up?
Yes, you're co-host. You can share your screen.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to do that. I first of all would like to. I just want to say that I appreciate, Mayor, the comments that you made about tension, anxiety, smiling, being nice. I can tell you the tension level at the preschool has done some ebb and flow over the course of time since we reopened on June 1st. But we're constantly doing the same thing with our staff in terms of, watch out for the negative, let's stay positive, keep a smile on your face. Just, we got to do this for the kids. So thank you for those comments. And I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to provide council with an update on Summit County Preschool's partnership with the town of Frisco. We know you guys are incredibly busy. You have a lot on your plate, a lot on your agenda. And so we truly appreciate this time to reflect about our partnership, give you an update of where we are, and to take a look at the future based on some of the things that our board has been doing lately. And tonight, this afternoon, I do have quite a few board members here. Megan Nuttleman is on. Megan and Josh have a 3-year-old little guy that attends the preschool. Loli is on. Loli has 2 kiddos at our preschool. Laura Snow is a community member who is an accountant who is also on our board. Laura Hendrickson is one of our co-chairs. Laura has a 3-year-old at the preschool. And then Allison Lindsay is also joining us. Allison has had one go through the preschool who's in kindergarten this year, and then she has a 3-year-old at the preschool. And then also joining me are my assistant, Courtney Drabick, and then Amy Pratt, who does a lot of administrative assistant work and a lot of fundraising work. Can you see my screen?
Not currently.
Okay.
And do you know how to share your screen down at the bottom?
Yeah. And then it comes up with an application window. Share.
I can share it. You sent me the latest version earlier this afternoon.
If you would like to, that would be great, Nancy.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just find your email real quick, and I'll share.
Okay.
You got it. And I will share the screen, and that way you can look. It's just downloading real quick. So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay. Maybe it's another Zoom thing that just decided to. There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So as I said, just, starting to talk about our partnership, which has a long history. When I go back and look at our records, it looks like there has been a good partnership since the early 2000s. And I just kind of wanted to point out some of the pieces that we have gone through together. First of all, the generous financial support for salary supplements. this has been year after year. A lot of what the money that the town has generously donated to the school is gone for salary supplements. We are trying our hardest to provide a livable wage for our employees at the preschool. It's been challenging to keep up on that when you have fast food restaurants, or Safeway that can start somebody at $19.25 an hour. We can't do that at the preschool. But we're trying our best. And I just want to make sure that council realized that we are using those dollars towards the salaries of our staff. In the past, we have had capital improvement support from the town, which has been incredible because we're talking about some big ticket items. The fence around the playground has been completely replaced. The carpeting throughout the building has been replaced, and the town helped to put on a brand new roof a few years ago. All very big items, and like I said, we just would not have the capacity to do that with the budget, the finances that we have to keep so tight. We appreciate the open door policy. Every time I call Nancy or talk to Bonnie, Amy has worked with various individuals with fundraising events. Everybody has been incredibly helpful, supportive, full of great ideas that are very helpful to us. And so we just appreciate that we can call someone over there at town and get help and support. Obviously we've had breakfast with Santa together. This year we, due to COVID, we can't have what we normally have had, which has been very sad for some of our families. But hopefully next year we'll start up having that collaboration again. Same with comedy night. We had comedy night held at the Day Lodge. And this had been a great event that we were just getting started on. And unfortunately this year we could not have it in person. And again, hopefully next year we'll plan this and work with the town to put that on at the Day Lodge. Past few years we've done trick-or-treating, come over to town hall. And I know the employees over at the town enjoyed this along with our staff and our kiddos. Unfortunately, again, we were not able to do that due to COVID, but hopefully next year we can do that again. And then just all of the marketing that the town has done to support our events has been very helpful. Last year, I know with Breakfast with Santa, it was put in some printed materials that went out to the public, and we had participants that don't have children at the preschool, but they definitely came to our Breakfast with Santa event. And so it was a win-win for all of us. Okay, so if you go on to the next slide, Nancy, we can talk about our current status. So right now, we are serving 70 children with a total of 57 families. And of those 70 kiddos, 24 of them do reside in Frisco. However, I do want to make sure that council realizes that 54% of the kiddos either live or have a parent that works in Frisco or Copper. We, a few years ago, when the town had given us an additional $30,000 towards salary supplements, there was a request from council that we put Frisco residents at the top of our waiting list, which we definitely have. And we have taken an extra step where town employees are at the top of the list. And so right now we have 6 families, 6 employees, I will say, that are actually 7, because there's a couple that works for the town and their children go to the preschool. And 2 of those families have 2 children each that are at the preschool. So the number, that 54%, it will be over time increasing simply because we keep those individuals, like I said, at the top of our waiting list. We currently have 24 staff at the preschool, and we are operating on an incredibly tight budget to minimize all of the expenses and costs. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit on that in a few more slides. And again, I want to reiterate to council that in 2020, the $65,000, which was granted to us, has helped with salary supplements. And when we look ahead into the 2021 budget, which is further on into the presentation, again, just would like for council to know that we plan on and intend to use that $65,000 that's already been gifted towards salary supplements. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So even though this has been a really, really crazy year at the preschool, we have had accomplishments that we need to focus on. And again, going back to those comments that the mayor made earlier, try to really stay focused on the positive, what we can do, how we get through barriers, et cetera. And that's a good feeling actually for everything that we've gone through this year. We started off the year, when I talk about reducing expenses, looking at our insurance plan. We do offer health insurance to our employees. It's one of those big ticket items that our board agreed to do a few years ago because it was a way of getting quality employees and then retaining them. And I work with a broker who is incredibly diligent about finding quality plans for the lowest cost. And it has really helped cut down on the increase of what could have happened to us over the course of the last couple of years, because she shops around and she does negotiating. And now, an example I will give to you is last year we were hooked up with a new insurance company, and we are still with that same company for next year. Really, the plan is a bit different because the deductible changed a bit, but my staff will be paying literally the same amount of money out of their pocket every pay period for their health insurance. It didn't go up, 8, 10, 12%, which could have occurred with other plans. We do offer meals at the preschool to our children. We do provide breakfast, lunch, and an afternoon snack. And so we're purchasing a lot of food. And we do purchase our bulk food through a consortium so that we are getting our lowest prices. And talking about repairs at the preschool. Unfortunately, we don't have a maintenance person. None of the preschools do. It's just an unfortunate thing because typically you would have to call out, a plumber or an electrician, et cetera, when you have issues. One of the lucky things that we have handy to us is my husband. He is a very handy individual, and he also works at Greer's Appliance. And so it's been twofold. He can come in and change light bulbs, repair easy plumbing, like when the internal pieces of toilets need to be replaced. Well, he's actually replaced a toilet or two in his time too. But also when individuals get rid of appliances, but yet they're too good to be scrapped. We've gotten some microwaves, refrigerators, et cetera, donated to the preschool, which has saved thousands and thousands of dollars to the preschool. We have limited staff, which requires us to perform multiple roles. And when I say that, I'm talking about myself. For example, I do a lot of laundry, do dishes, wash toys, all while I'm trying to write grants or find out what other grants there are out there, or other administrative work. And we just pick up the pieces and we move forward. I also wanted to mention Head Start. We have a very, very strong partnership with Head Start. We do serve early Head Start and Head Start children at Summit County Preschool. And through the Head Start program, we collect about $132,000 in tuition. And then another huge benefit, which is a huge cost savings, and Head Start gets this money from the federal government to be able to use for certain things. So for example, when I call and say, because right after we opened in June, we had a washing machine that died. And I'm telling you, the amount of laundry and just washing of items has increased twofold since prior to COVID. So we can't live without a washing machine. And they purchased a washing machine for us. We had a refrigerator that died. And again, because we serve meals to our kiddos, we have refrigerators in every one of our classrooms where we store milk or we store the additional foods that we purchase that cannot fit in our kitchen. So we have to have refrigerators. So they purchased a refrigerator for us. just recently, very, very lucky, and I think we're probably one of the first centers in the county that received this. They spent the dollars, and this was, again, another federal addition of money that they received towards COVID-related items. But we have an air filtration system that has been installed at the center so that all of the air going through our boilers, our system, it's filtering out air particles to help breathing be much easier for not only our children, but our staff. Okay, next one. And please, if anyone has any questions along the way, please ask so I can clarify anything. So getting through COVID. As everyone else, it was a challenge, but we persevered through. My board, God bless them, we were meeting like weekly throughout COVID, trying to decide if we were going to be charging tuition to our parents, if we were going to pay our staff, how are we going to pay our staff? There were just so many questions, so many unknowns when it all first started, because we closed March 16th through June 1st. And so there were a few weeks there where it was really an unknown until we found out about the PPP loan. So in April, we applied for and we received a PPP loan, and that got us, we were able to pay our staff throughout the closure and not charge our parents tuition. Then in August of 2020, we were very fortunate. In August of 2020, we were very, very fortunate to get an additional $20,000 because the Summit Foundation rallied around all of the centers in the county, realizing that we were losing tuition from reimbursing parents for part of the closure. And then also when we reopened in June, we had limited group sizes. So we lost quite a bit of money by not having full enrollment. As I said, we reopened June 1st to serve our families. We have maintained our enrollment. And as you see on the last bullet, we had parents calling us during the closure to get on our wait list, and that hasn't stopped. It seems like there are a lot of families moving to the county because they can work remotely. However, they still need childcare so that they can work from home. So this has been a blessing. And also throughout this whole entire time frame with COVID, we have had a lot of parent communication, very detailed about how are we going to reopen, how procedures had to change, what items the children had to bring to school with all of our new procedures. Illnesses, parents have been talking about, I'm going to keep my child home even if they have the sniffles, or they've been taking their children to get testing. We've gotten test results back right away. So the parents have been wonderful and really helping us to mitigate the exposure and or just the spread of any illness. I think we've been the healthiest at the preschool than we have ever been in the past. Okay, now we can go to the next slide, Nancy. One really amazing thing that did happen during the closure was a grant that we received from the Temple Buell Foundation. I had applied in January for this playground. It was a capital improvement grant for our preschool renovation. And I hadn't heard anything, and then we closed, and then the Temple Buell Foundation gave out different pots of money throughout the closures, which was another blessing in disguise. But I thought about, well, I guess the grant that I had applied for is gone because of COVID, and they're redoing all of how they're allocating money, whatever. And lo and behold, in May, I got an email from them saying, you haven't signed your letter of acceptance. Do you want this grant money, et cetera, et cetera? And I was like, I never received the letter. However, I would absolutely love to take advantage of the $77,400 that they were giving to us. We got the money, we did a quick turnaround, and in October, we actually renovated that entire preschool playground. And if you look at the picture on the left, that very large white structure is a huge shade structure that was installed. We do get the heat of the sun most of the day in the summer, and it's very, very hot, as you all know. So this is a really nice addition. Now, the actual mesh shade structure is not on there because of the amount of snow that we get. And going back to talking about repairs, my husband is the one that takes those mesh pieces on and off of the structures. We actually have 3 of them on the playground. So that is a cost savings to us. There's a bike track, you know, that cement pad that you can see there for the kids to ride their striders. And in the inside of that now is actually turf. This picture was taken prior to that being put down, and it was actually put down on a Saturday. It snowed on Sunday, and we've had snow covering on it since then. The middle picture is a brand new play structure that we were able to install. Our old one, when we were getting rated, we were kind of dinged on it for having head entrapments or potential head entrapments. And so this is a brand new structure to help us with our quality rating. In the background of that, you can see the fence, and also on the picture on the right, you can see the beautiful fence that we were able to get installed a few years ago with the help of the town's money. And then again, on the picture on the right, you see a nice picture of the sidewalk that goes along the side of the building, which is a really nice feature because before, everything was pea gravel. It was not a very stable surface for our children who love to run around. And now we've got some much more stable surfaces all over for them. And I do want you to see under the playground structure in the middle picture, that is poured in place rubber. So it is a much softer surface in case children do fall off that structure or, as I said, they are always running around. So that is a silver lining in all of the COVID nightmare of this year. And you're more than welcome to come over anytime to see our playground. So adjustments, you know, everybody across the world has had to make a lot of adjustments because of COVID, and this affected our fundraising. Amy, who does most all of our fundraising for the preschool, made some quick turnarounds very, very quickly to assure that we were bringing in the fundraising dollars that we need to. We unfortunately missed out on our ski-a-thon, which we were planning to do in April. And so in August, we actually did a virtual run. We were also invited in August. The town invited us to participate in the Limited Concert in the Park series. We were unable to do our in-person comedy night, so we did an online auction instead. Today, we are participating in Colorado Gives Day. And the last I spoke with Amy, and she can update us if necessary, but we were at over $5,000. We also, unfortunately, lost a fundraising opportunity. This was a nice, easy fundraising activity where we sold candles, and the company, just because of COVID, just completely stopped doing that opportunity for us. So we'll rally around and we will definitely figure out new ways for fundraising based on, you know, how things go with what public health regulations are given to us. Okay, so the next slide. So looking ahead, I will tell you that not only did our board work really, really hard during COVID, making all of those decisions, you know, thinking financially about just being able to maintain our staff, paying the bills, getting through everything. They now have had many meetings recently because we're looking ahead at our 2021 budget and the deficits that we are facing and what we're going to have to do to overcome that. We have heard from many, many sources over the course of the last few years that we have got to increase our tuition and increase our revenue to cover our expenses without relying so much on grants and foundations. And so our board has had some very heavy emotional discussions and decisions that they have been making, which will be elaborated on here in a little bit by one of our board members. But know that they are facing that increased tuition, and it's going to be very, very stressful on our families. I will continue to apply for grants that are out there. That's the nature of who I am and what I can do for our preschool. This year alone, and this is outside of the $65,000 that the town gives us, I received $131,257 in grants that go towards our operating expenses. We will continue to review and cut our expenses when and where possible. And again, as I just mentioned, we will continue formulating creative fundraising strategies. I saw a really fun one for any of you that are in Rotary. If you heard about the cookie decorating contest this morning, I thought, wow, what a fun little way to, maybe we can twist that into some sort of a fundraising strategy. I haven't talked to Amy about it yet, but I thought that was a cute idea. So the next slide. So coming down to financial pieces. As I said, with the 2021 budget, our board has had some very major work that they have done in the last few months. Very major and very hard. We are looking at taking in tuition of a little over $904,000, but this has been based on a major tuition increase that is taking place actually now, because we bill a month in advance. And so depending on the number of days of the week that our children attend, our families are going to get between an 8.5% to 17% increase for January of 2021. As I mentioned, we do have our meal programs, which are twofold. We have our parents paying an amount each day for meals. And then we also take part in the CACFB. It's a federal reimbursement program. We bring in about $75,000 a year between these two programs. And so that money goes towards food purchases as well as our cook's salary. In addition, I have...
Kim?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
If you go to an 8.5% to a 17% tuition increase, what does that get you? Meaning, does your husband no longer have to be a volunteer? Are you no longer doing dishes? And I do also, if you don't mind, we've got about a 5-hour agenda at least.
Oh, okay.
You're sitting on about 45 minutes so far. So
okay.
I think we've all read the slides, but you know, this tuition increase, I don't know if it's been made public outside of what you just told us, but does that solve the problem if you were to take all of the students and make them full pay?
No, this does not solve our problem. We are still going to have to, as I said in that third bullet, have to supplement with all of the grant dollars in addition to the Town of Frisco gift that has already been awarded to us. You will look down below, our expenses are still going to be over $1 million. And so we can go on to the next slide. And you know what, we can skip this slide because this is pretty cut and dry as to how COVID. And so like I said, our board's been working on a sustainable future. I'm going to pass this now on to Laura Hendrickson so that she can give you an idea from the board's perspective of what is going to be happening so that we do work towards being sustainable.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Hendrickson, and I am the co-chair. Have been on the Summit County Preschool Board for over 5 years now myself. And thank you for your time tonight, especially with giving us some time to give us our story and share with you all with the Town of Frisco. So for like Kim said, we've had a lot of board conversations in the last couple months, specifically regarding our tuition and making sure that's in line with covering operating costs. We have already approved significant increases for 2020. And obviously that'll be a discussion we continue to have to make sure we're getting our tuition to cover those operating. And obviously we always hope that we can have support from foundations and grants, but that may not necessarily be the case forever. And then obviously with the town of Frisco's immense support throughout the years and partnership, we are hoping to continue our partnership and proposing maybe some other supportive coalition type partnerships with the town to help support our families specifically with the tuition. That seems to be the biggest issue, is for families with 1 or even 2 or 3 kids in school. It just gets very expensive, and that increase to tuition is just immense at times. And especially with a year like 2020, it's just really difficult to make those decisions and have to have that ask. If you can go to the next slide. So like Kim said, this is our 3-year plan. So far, we have done an increase about 10% starting in 2021, and we'll probably do another increase for tuition in mid-year to keep continuing to get in line with our 3-year goal to have a full operating cost covered by our tuition. And then our grants and fundraising and everything will be on top of that. And we'll continue to work with the town and potentially partner with the town for additional capital improvements if needed in the future as well. And I think that's it. There's one more slide, I believe. Just a big thank you again for giving us your time tonight, support of our children, our staff, our parents, for the generous support that you guys have given us over the years. We wouldn't be here continuing to provide great childcare without your support. So we hope that in the future we can continue to do that. And just we as a community in Frisco and throughout Summit County, we just need support and partnerships like this to move on and move forward. Any other questions?
Laura, thank you, Kim. Council, any questions for Kim or Laura? Andy asked the one I was thinking about. Dan, go ahead.
A couple real quick, and thank you for presentation and getting us up to speed on that. You know, both my kids spent all their preschool years there, and are much better off for it, and we thank you very much. Question, you mentioned something early on about town of Frisco employees. Did I hear this right? You prioritize town of Frisco employees over Frisco residents in terms of them being applicants to be on the waiting list. Is that true?
Correct.
Is there any reason that how did you land on that? Why would not town of Frisco employees have the same prioritization as any Frisco residents in terms of your waiting list?
We've just made the decision that they would be placed higher on the waiting list.
And on the waiting list, would that typically be first come, first serve for Frisco residents to be and they'd be on that list as long as they had an interest in enrolling their kids?
The town of Frisco residents have a higher priority than anyone else in the county.
And of those, town of Frisco staff has an even higher priority. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
I personally disagree with that. I don't understand why town of Frisco employees would rate a higher prioritization than any other Frisco resident. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I don't support that. Can you explain, how do you net $75K on your meal program?
So we charge our full paying families there charge $5 or $5.25 for a day for the meals that they eat. And then what the federal government does is they pay us a certain amount for each meal that we serve. And it's a different amount whether the kids are free, and this is all based on income, whether they're free or they don't qualify for free and reduced lunch. So for every meal that we're serving, we're collecting money from the parents, but we're also getting federal reimbursement dollars.
Okay. Food, let me process that. You know, and I don't know where this is going to go, Kim. I appreciate it, but and the presentation is good, but in terms of really trying to understand your profit loss scenario, it would be helpful for me to see this in a real basic P&L spreadsheet and also a balance sheet for the company. So so I could see, you know, income line items and really understand in one good shot, one good piece of collateral, what your income, the range of your income looks like from a line item perspective. It's kind of hard to really understand what supports what, the way your presentation kind of lays things out. Still don't really have a good sense of your income stream and then your expense stream. I get it from the slideshow, but I really need a little bit deeper dive into that to really appreciate how we're going to participate, if and how. So, and another question, if you raise the tuition an additional 10% in 2022, does that close that $28,000 operating gap it appears that you have, or is that $28,000 operating gap only there because you can't count on some of this income that you got this year being part of your income stream in future years?
It will help to close. It will help to close that gap, but I will still be finding grant dollars and probably asking the town of Frisco for a lowered amount to help us kind of bridge the gap to get through the tuition increases that we need to be self-sustainable.
All right, thanks.
Sure.
Thanks, Dan. Any other questions from council? And I would agree with Dan wholeheartedly. I think town employees shouldn't outrank town residents on the wait list in any way. I think having them equal makes sense, but I think they should not come up ahead of residents as well. That would be my feedback. And again, seeing a P&L and a balance sheet, I'm with Dan. That helps. I think especially this group really understand that's what we're good at looking at these days, and kind of help us figure out as we move forward and we ask for some of the partnerships and potential collaborations in the future that were in that last slide will help us kind of understand what we're up against and how we can best help you guys and the kids in the town. So Andrew Arrington, did you have something you were going to say?
Yeah, you know, fundamentally, this is no smart business person says, I'm going to open up a daycare center in Summit County, Colorado, because it is just a ridiculously difficult business. So Kim, thank you for putting up with the challenges, and everybody on the meeting who is helping create your team that's putting up with the challenges. So it's a critical part of our community as we look at enhancing full-time living in Summit County or in Frisco. This is a hard component. But my question, is if we had the directors of the other preschools in Summit County coming to present similar to what you just did, well, would we hear anything that's all that different? Is everybody fighting the same battle? Is anybody succeeding in this county in operating a preschool in a way that we all wish we could? Somebody else, you wish you could? Give us the comparison, the lay of the land of the community.
That's a really, really good question. And thank you for your compliments, because it is incredibly difficult. The funding model for early childhood in this country is broken. Very, very broken. There's basically what we're doing is relying on parents paying tuition. What I can tell you is that the Breckenridge centers have a much different scenario. Excuse me. The town of Breckenridge, as you know, provides quite a bit of dollars in their budget towards giving credits to parents to help them pay for the high tuition over there. The tuition numbers in Breckenridge are higher, much, much higher than what we charge our parents. And so, you know, I know of the whole concept of Breckenridge. Can I say that they're going after the same number of grants that I am? Absolutely not. I don't feel that their grant dollars compare to what I have to go out and search for, due to the amount of money they get from the town of Breckenridge to help their families pay their high cost of tuition. Their money goes directly to the parents, or they get some sort of a, like I said, a credit. So they can easily charge $1,700 a month to a family for an infant for 5 days a week of childcare, where our parents, if they are paying $1,700 a month, they're struggling as to how they're going to come up with that money. The Lake Dillon preschool does not receive that kind of support from from the town of Dillon. I do know that, and they do a lot of grant writing just like I do. They also have a lot of Head Start and early Head Start children, which the benefit of that is you get guaranteed money for those kids at the tuition rate that you charge. So we're similar to Lake Dillon preschool, I would say. And there's also a huge difference between the pay amounts that we give to our staff at our preschool and Lake Dillon preschool than what the teachers over in Breckenridge are charged, or are paid, I'm sorry.
Can you explain, tell me, higher, lower?
The teachers in Breckenridge are paid much, much higher than our teachers are here on this side of the county. And it goes back to them simply being able to charge very, very high tuition, which brings in a lot of revenue to pay for, you know, their expenses. But again, many of the families are being supplemented by the town of Breckenridge for those tuition dollars.
Thanks, Andrew. Andy Held, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Somebody's playing or something. Thanks for what you do. My kid went through the Summit County Preschool, and we are thankful for that, and thankful for every teacher we had with you guys, and for sure, you have always had to work with less throughout. Tuition fees going up 8.5 to 17% that's a hard pill to swallow for families, that's for sure. And then especially multiple years over until you become solvent. That's a tough one. It was one of the factors that we were able to move to Frisco, was to be able to get into regular school and unfortunately not have to pay tuition. And so with that, thank you for doing what you do with less, and thanks to your husband for gluing it together. Right now, what are you looking for from us? Right? Are you or do you want to come to us for this $28,000 gap? Are you looking for a portion of that? Or what's the future look like for you with us? What do you need?
In terms of your question about the $28,000, no, that is not what we are requesting, Andy. We're confident with the $65,000 that has already been gifted to us that we're going to be getting through 2021 and end up financially stable. It may be at zero, but I don't think we'll be very in the negative. Our board, like I said, is looking forward to trying to get us to be where we're not relying on the town of Frisco for the $65,000. One thing. Now, next year in 2021, when I'm looking at the 2022 budget, yes, we may come back to the town to get some decreased help from the $65,000 to get us, like I said, through that 3-year plan. But again, what's happening on the flip side is that our parents are going to be getting these huge tuition bills. And so, and on one of the slides, we were talking about the possibility of starting this coalition, maybe, where we start to have a smaller subgroup or subcommittee where we're talking about what can we do to partner with the town of Frisco to help our parents with these high tuition bills. I don't know the direction that council wants to go, but we are willing, very, very willing to do whatever is the best for all of the residents for the town of Frisco. And then again, if and then when we sit down and we look at P&Ls and we look at balance sheets, because I'm sure total council probably doesn't want to see all of that fine detail, but maybe the council members that are very interested in childcare and how, because as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Dan or Andrew, I don't know, about it, you have to have good quality childcare for the economy of your community, for your parents to go out to work. All of our parents work. Nobody's like a stay-at-home mom. You know that, Andy. I mean, they got to go to work and they have to depend on us to stay open. And like I said, through COVID, we've worked our rear ends off to make sure we stay open for our parents. So that's what we're kind of offering, is maybe a new type of partnership. Let's sit down together and talk about what are the possibilities to help our families.
Okay, that's great. I would support that. And I think we should look at what Breckenridge does to support the parents with tuition help and whatnot, and especially as the preschool is going to be backing off of the funding that we give them, $65,000. I would think want to redirect that to directly into parents' pockets to offset the tuition fee. I think that would be big. And then also, I'm with the others as far as we shouldn't favor town employees over Frisco residents. That's a special. Yeah, thanks. That's it. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
so
Andy.
2 point. Can I just make just real quick?
Quick point.
The town of Breckenridge does hire a particular individual to run that program. So I just want to warn you of, that would be a component that you're going to see when you look at the Breckenridge model. And to be honest, with the whole putting the town of employees first, we were kind of doing that as a thank you to the town, because you guys have done so much for us and continue to do so much that we felt like we should honor you and give back to you as in that way. And that's why it was done.
Special treatment. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I think Melissa wanted to jump in, and then Nancy, and then we'll wrap up so we can keep going.
Okay, I'm going to keep my comments brief. And Kim, thank you so much for all that you guys do. You guys are amazing. As you said, we need you here in this town. My kids went through the program, all of us here in town. You guys are just outstanding. I think that where I'm at is, we kind of circle around this conversation every year. And I think once and for all, we need a true comparison of how other systems work. And at the end of the day, we need to consider perhaps a tax initiative, perhaps another funding mechanism that could put us in a more sustainable position and put you in a more sustainable position town-wide, but then also as a business. And so I would like for us, before we have another conversation like this one, I would like to see that apples to apples comparison, so we can understand how much people are paying in Breckenridge, how much people are paying in Frisco, Dillon, et cetera. What are the straight tuition rates? What are the assistance programs in each community? So we can really understand that. As far as the preschool itself, one thing I'm really sensitive to is there are other preschools in our town of Frisco. And so I do want to be fair and equitable to those other programs, because they're also running businesses. And while we don't have one nearly as large as the Summit County preschool, if we do look into other options for funding mechanisms, I think we need to make sure that those folks are included. And so we just need to examine that, and that there's a real reason, there's some kids benefit from different types of preschool programs. So having kind of a diverse, list of private providers in our town, while it is still kind of pretty small, and you guys are the biggest, I think if we do take this a step forward and look to continue to provide assistance, it needs to also be offered to other providers in our town. I totally agree with the prioritization. And what jumped out at me is, when we write deed restrictions for housing, there's a really well-defined system and kind of decision-making ladder that we go through as to, do you work in Frisco? Do you, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would just maybe suggest that you guys come up with that and outline it, and then just stick to it so that we don't find ourselves because ultimately it's the town of Frisco residents' money that we're passing on to the preschool. So I want to make sure that it's fairly, the priorities are fairly given out as well. And so the last comment I would say is, have we considered, it's a question, have we considered having, given the partnership situation we have now, have we considered having a town staff member in the finance department sit on the board of the preschool?
Are you asking me, Melissa, or your peers?
Anybody, either Nancy or you, Kim.
Our board has talked at length about trying to get someone from town council on our board. I know before COVID, one of our board members reached out to a town council person, and then COVID hit. But yes, we would absolutely love to have somebody from the town of Frisco. I don't know if it's on the financial piece part, a council person, whatever, be on our board. We would absolutely welcome it with open arms.
I just think
and I appreciate the suggestion
to consider. And I don't know if it's a council member. I think that there's such a specific need here that maybe it's a staff member, but just something to put out there. So thank you, Kim, and let's continue the conversation.
Thank you, Melissa.
Nancy, did you want to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And Kim, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate that. Couple of things I wanted to clarify for Council. We do have on our next agenda, January, the discussion, a holistic discussion on childcare. It was due to follow the preschool's presentation, so that was delayed a little bit. So we're following up. We have obtained information from the county as to everyone who provides child care in home, whether it's a small 3-person, 5-person, 7-person, what have you. We'll have all of that, all the information we have and comparatives for the other types of programs. They're not apples to apples though, so we won't be able to give you that you can have a bottom line that exactly, because BREC is very different in what they do, especially this year. And then secondly, I also wanted to just comment that I was not aware that the town of Frisco employees were in any way prioritized or benefiting whatsoever from a priority list at the preschool, and would not have allowed that had I known that. And I want to make sure the public is very aware that as public employees, we recognize that we stand in line with everyone. If anything, we're at the end of the line. And especially with town money going to that, that's unethical. And I'm really sorry. I was not aware of that. And had I been aware, I would have fixed that. We will pay the same as everyone pays. We're at the same line as everyone, unless there's council approved public acknowledgement of that. So I'm sorry, I was not aware of that. And then, so if you have other information that you need for us to bring on childcare, we'll put that on in the January agenda.
Thank you, Nancy. Kim, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And to your board members who were able to join us this afternoon, that was a good update, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. I think, as Melissa said, good things we can work on, and I think hopefully we don't continue to talk around some of the things that we just need to do to fix some of these problems. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you.
Sorry, got weird feedback. Moving on to agenda item number 2 for the work session. This will be the 3rd and Granite Street property, also known as the Sabatini lot update. And I believe Don Reimer is taking it from here. So Don, welcome. And thank you.
And let me just say, I'm going to step away, and is it okay if I just turn my stuff off, guys, and not leave and re-enter. I'm going to step away from the computer. And Nancy, if you want to text me when we're done,
Yes.
due to a conflict of interest with the development team. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that.
All right, Mayor and Council, if you're ready, I'll go ahead and get started.
Yep. Thanks, Don.
Sounds good. Okay, so this is a discussion regarding the property that's located at 3rd and the corner of 3rd and Granite. It's been known for years as the Sabatini lot. As of today, I requested the county GIS to assign an address to it. So it's now actually 275 Granite. So we don't have to refer to it as Sabatini lot anymore. 275 is a lot easier to find on the Google Maps and other locations as well. So the 275 Granite property, this is about half of a block between the alley behind Main Street and Granite and off of 3rd Avenue. It's a vacant parcel. It's been vacant since the town acquired it in 1997. The adjacent property, known as 207 Granite, is owned by a private party. About a year ago, the owner of that property came to the town to explore whether there was interest in a joint development partnership on those two properties. Over the course of the past, at that point in time, council did direct staff to facilitate some public meetings. So there was public meetings held in January and February of 2020. And then we all know COVID hit and some things went on a little bit of a hold. The development team came back to the town in June of 2020 with a proposal or with more details on the proposal and feedback from their public outreach meetings. And then following that, the council had a couple of executive session discussions with the development team to explore negotiations for potential development on that. Suffice to say that those negotiations were unsuccessful. So at this point in time, or following the last executive session, our council directed staff to put this on tonight's agenda in order to consider what the next steps could be for this property. Staff has 4 potential options suggested for this property. One is to continue to explore the partnership with the adjacent property. Certainly there are some benefits to jointly developing two vacant pieces of property. At the same time, there has been negotiations for about a year now. So if council was to pursue that, staff would recommend putting a specific timeline on development of a proposal and completion of those negotiations. Second option is for the town to issue a request for proposals for a development team to come up with designs and a development proposal for that property. Similar to what is being done with the 619 Granite property, also known as the CDOT lot. Third option is to list the property for sale to the highest bidder and use any funds generated from the sale of that property for other workforce housing projects and opportunities. And the fourth is just to simply retain the property, land bank it, and see if another opportunity comes along. So with that, staff would request that council discuss these potential options and provide any direction on a preferred option.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. And 275 Granite, it sounds like it's all grown up now. Danny, before we kind of jump into conversation and some direction for staff, any follow-up questions for Don and his team at this point? Or points of clarification? Great. I mean, I think a good way to maybe proceed is maybe just hearing what council kind of envisions for the 275 Granite parcel. I think seeing what we all want there might be a better way to start going about kind of talking towards one of these 4 possibilities. And I'd be interested to hear folks' thoughts and feelings about that property and what we think is best to serve that space. Anybody wants to? Rick, were you about to? Sorry, I saw you lean forward. No, maybe not. Nope.
Just looking around.
I guess, yeah, Andy held, go ahead, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it. I think what's really important here is that we get some employee housing, we get some affordable housing, we get some commercial workspaces. I think that's really weighs on me as far as what we need in this space. Parking is important as well, but I think once it's developed, that is negligible.
Okay. Thanks, Andy. Dan.
Question, I guess, more broadly, does pursuing option number 2 preclude option number 1? In other words, if we look at Sabatini lot and 275 G, if we look at that and we recognize that it does not necessarily have to be disassociated from the potential of 113. I don't want to overly complicate this, and even to some degree, potential that could be explored at 110 third. Is there a way to go about this to say, yeah, if we wanted to RFP the Sabatini lot, but put the other lots on the table, that it would not preclude option 1 from the standpoint that the interested parties in option 1 could come back and still just respond to an RFP, however that they like, if we were to incorporate 113 as a potential into that. Does that make sense? I don't want to overly complicate it. I know there's discussions about 275, but it seems like we want to keep all our options open with regards to how all that could be utilized if the goal is a desired level of affordable workforce rental housing. So so I don't know if that could be part of the, in terms of developing an RFP process that invited them to be evaluated disparately or also still together, which would not again preclude one, but it would require them to come back very specifically to respond to terms of an RFP.
Mr. Mayor, I can take a stab at that if you'd like. I think certainly an RFP could incorporate other properties. The more moving pieces that you get involved, the more complex that process will be, and the more difficult it will be to for respondents to come up with a proposal, and then for staff and the evaluation team to compare those proposals to see what might be the best fit. So yes, I think it would not preclude certainly the owner of that property to submit a proposal. The RFP would have to be written in a manner that would allow that, though, to allow for other opportunities and other options. Does that help clarify?
No, that's what I assumed, and it would be, and in my mind, we could say, yeah, we want somebody to take a look at here's the 1, 2, or 3 properties we would like evaluated. That let's propose something. One person could look at all 3 of those and develop something differently on each one, whether concurrently or not. I don't know if developing those one person making a proposal that would incorporate all 2 or 3, 1, 2, or 3 of those lots. How that would phase, that would be up to them. The idea would be that we'd be open to all of that, and maybe a developer could look at that and respond to each of those to our benefit. So I don't know. It could be, if we just want to look at 275 and just put it out to RFP, then certainly within the context of option 1, that could still be done, right? And then we could just take 113 and spin it off later. So I know this is again about Sabatini lot, but there's some other opportunities, and I wouldn't want them to go by the board if there was, somebody out there, an applicant who could look at those and go, well, I've got an idea to do this together and maybe, address some of the parking issues by creating that by bringing those properties together and creatively solving that problem.
Mayor and Council, I think I'm going to support Director Reimer's comments on this, that we have to be careful when you're putting out a request for proposals in order to compare. At the same time, you can include one of the criteria council is also considering developing 113. Council is also considering this, and should a proposer wish to submit a proposal that considers those, we will consider that as an option. So you can keep the door open, but still say we're really looking at proposals for 275. Here are some other options if you'd like to consider those. You would see some economies of scale, I think, in developing multiple parcels. But I think the real clear issue is, what do you want on the site? Because that will encourage creativity among developers. What's the big vision? And we're looking at that vision. So in our narrative, that's what we could really benefit from your conversation tonight. In our narrative in the proposal, we'd love to hear what you've been thinking about for 113, what you're thinking about with 275. What are the vision? The housing report out of the Housing Authority says rental is really a huge priority and a big gap in our whole county community. So we would want to put some of that in there as well. We're going to have some criteria. At the same time, we can provide some options. And I'd also encourage the council to get the attorney's perspective as well.
Nancy. That if you wanted to weigh in now, you can, or we can keep listening to council thoughts. Jesse, Andrew, Rick, anybody else? Yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I think everything that Councilmember Held mentioned in terms of the affordability and creating a project down there for Frisco residents, people that are really looking for housing and to lay down their roots. For me, I'd like to see it, from an efficiency and a sustainability perspective. Density in the core is really important. And I know that's not always favorable to local neighbors. But density is really important in a transit-oriented community, somewhere where you don't necessarily need to provide X number of spaces per unit for parking, because we want to attract people there that are working locally. They don't necessarily need a car. They can use public transit. They can ride their bikes. And then I guess from a narrative perspective, Nancy, I'd like to see continuity between Main Street and that transition into residential areas. I think we've seen a lot of projects go in on Granite that are just, there's no continuity, there's no community to it. They're just these big projects and people come and go, and that's sort of it. And so for me, I favor continuing, I believe it's option 1 here, because I think that the opportunity to not only get economy of scale with an adjacent parcel, but also kind of that bigger vision, that flagship project, that transition between Main Street and residential units that could really make a community out of this project. That's what I would like to see down here, instead of kind of just cutting out another lot, sticking some units on there that meet our rental criteria, and then off we go. So I think hopefully that gives you a little bit of potential narrative, but that's what I am leaning.
Thanks, Jesse. Andrew, go ahead.
I will say, sometimes you say, oh, that's what I was about to say. Jesse, that isn't what I was about to say. Part of it is, I'm not sure the marketability of 275 on itself. There is a market, whether it's a one building with lots of rental units in it owned by one operator. I don't know if that's a marketable product, and that's why the RFP process is great. The market will tell us if somebody wants to come in and do it as a rental project, or they want to do it as workforce housing, fee simple project. My view would be, let the market dictate that. In an ideal world, option 1 would have been the best option, but option 1 played itself out, and I just think it was not where we wanted to end up. you know, there were proposals put out. They did the charrettes, and in the end, adding hundreds of, or I think it was over 100 extra public parking spaces and closing 3rd Avenue, 3rd Street, at amazing costs to the town. We tried that. So yes, it's always an option. And I think in option 2, I would encourage the owner, Nathan, to come in, and he's more than welcome to have a crack at the RFP with both lots. And I would expect most of the people who are trying to RFP 275 would contact Nathan and say, hey, you want to partner up, and come back to us with what may or may not work. And that's totally his call. That we can't control that. But the other part on 113, my view is very much, I mean, I don't think we should be developing 113. I think it should be expanded as an addition to the park, creating another atmosphere of play in our downtown core, especially as we're going to be adding our units. And we have every reason to believe that Nathan, whether it's a cooperative arrangement or independent, is going to develop his parcel as well. So we're going to have a lot more residents there. So I don't love the idea of developing 113, but it can always be in the narrative as, if you want to, it's in play as kind of an a la carte opportunity. But I am option 2, and I'm looking at the other screen, option 2 is where I believe our best ideas are going to come from. I don't support just selling it outright. And I think land banking it, now's the time where the need is strong, and we've land banked it since whatever day it was that they bought it as a town. So let's move forward and see where we are with an RFP is my view.
Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate that. I can kind of, I wanted to kind of say exactly what both Jesse and Andrew said, because I fall in the middle. I like the idea of a grand kind of design and vision for that entire area and tying it all in, making it a bigger collective to the community. And I do worry that breaking things up creates, takes away from that. Definitely. But I think, as Andrew said, I feel like we've tried in the process, and the conversation has gone on, and I feel like we're to the point where hearing other ideas and seeing other options is probably the best next step for me. But I hope that they are also kind of what Dan was alluding to. They're grand, and they take everything into account, because it's a hugely important portion of our that kind of corner of Main Street and Granite, and also that's when whatever we decide and wherever we go with this, it will be a lasting effect. And so I think we really need to make sure that it's done really well and right. And I think I've said that in what seems like years and years ago when this conversation first started, but it's an extremely important piece of property that we're entrusted to make decisions about. And I think having a really good, every option on the table, but a grand plan is the benefit, I think, that would be the best for the town. But right now, I think seeing what other ideas out there might be the best way to go. Rick, how are you feeling about things?
So initially, I was not wild about the initial proposal. However, I've come a long way with that idea, and I really do like that plan. But I think because we are entrusted with that piece of property, we owe it to our citizenry to see what other options are out there. So I know it's a hard position to put the other group in, but I would like to see what the other options are, and still, have the ability to maybe look at option 1 in the future. But right now, I'd like to see what other options are out there. As far as, RFP details, I think we'll get there in the future. What properties are involved, what aren't involved, scope, and those sort of things are for, I believe, a later conversation. But I think we owe it to the folks that put us here to see what other options are out there. So RFP.
Thanks, Rick.
Mayor and Council, I just want to clarify that, yes, there's no obligation to see the RFP process through to the end, meaning should you get proposals back that you're not satisfied with, all options remain on the table, and until you award a contract for a project, all these options are on the table.
And I think, yeah, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just put my 2 cents in that way. I would say I feel like Andrew Aronson on that. I think 113 is better suited for the historic park and staying that way. Personally, I think 110 has potential because that building needs help anyway. So I think just reworking what we've thought of this project in the first place, this gives us options if we put it out to RFP. So I'm behind that. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Dan, go ahead.
Again, I know we want to be focused on 275, and I appreciate the commentary on 113 in terms of ultimate utilization. I think it's important to keep that in play. To be clear, the historic park, which is a fabulous treasure and a wonderful amenity, I don't know if it warrants what the contribution of that lot to it would represent in terms of current intrinsic value, and then down the road, so you're talking about ultimately down the road over years, millions of dollars being contributed to historic park and preservation, millions of dollars at a time when the real priority here, the real urgency is housing in the core. So I'm certainly on the other end of that spectrum. I don't support 113 being any kind of contribution of 113 to the park itself. I certainly would like to see it developed as housing in a very unique way that complements the park and contributes to the overall area there, and helps represent that part of our legacy, part of our heritage to whatever degree is practical. But I don't expand supporting the historic park in that location. So, but that's just me. And in terms of 2, I do support the 2 as the approach, because again, I think it's important that it not preclude 1 necessarily, because I think that is still rife with potential, but I think it needs to come back to us in terms of a more specifically calibrated RFP process in terms of what we want to see delivered there. And without being too specific about how, but we certainly know that rental units in the core are a high priority, and we'd like to see that represented in the RFP project. Agree with Andy Held. 110, the building, to be clear about what that is, I think looking at 110 third, the building there in terms of being wrapped into a part of a broader development might allow better development of that building if we're creative again about the units that go in there and how parking attributed to those units could be worked out through that development process. So I like 2. I like 2 in the context of making sure that anybody who's looking at this development on Granite can introduce 113 or 110 if they want to take that on, Don. If that's what in the development world, that's their thing, then I don't want to narrow it. I think the town would benefit from that broader evaluation. So that's where I am in terms of those 1, 2, or 3 properties, if that's where we're going to land.
Mayor and Council, we would have to include it or not include it. So somebody could approach the town and say, I'd like to develop 113 on their own. They can do that. And just as we kind of heard from Mr. Glassman. So somebody can always approach, but if you want it in the proposal process, we either have to include it as an option or not include it. Just want to be clear so we could get clarification. Right now, what we're really talking about is 275, and do you want us to go out to RFP or not? And if so, what are some general vision that you have for it? And then do you want to include, since at least Councilmember Fallon's brought up 113?
Yeah, and I think that might, if we it seems like we're leaning towards, Donna, I'm kind of formulating a question here, but leaning towards kind of option 2 of going to an RFP. What does the timeline on that look like to create? Because I think given the kind of what Dan has said, I think we need to have more of a conversation as well about how we include other parcels, and if we do, because I think that's a separate conversation, I think, to this whole thing. So how long does an RFP, what would we look at time-wise, Don?
Well, fortunately, we have very recent experience with the property about 4 blocks down the road at 619 Granite, also known as CDOT lot. Staff collaborate, or as you know, on that particular project, the council and CDOT entered into an agreement to look at least developing conceptual plans for development of that lot and up to 80% construction drawings. And that agreement was signed in August. We issued an RFP after working with the CDOT team on November 15th. Proposals are due on December 18th. So that gives you a little bit of a timeline, at least for that particular product and that particular a development team with CDOT, that partnership on how long a process takes to get from agreement to receiving proposals from developers. And tentatively, just so you know, we are looking at hopefully having a consultant selected first week in January for consideration by council for a contract as early as the second meeting in January. So again, just adding to that process timeline a little bit. For this property, since we haven't started drafting the RFP, and I think this is going to be a little bit more complex than the CDOT property RFP, I would suggest, based on the council's conversation, that staff take the input that we've received this evening, come up with a draft or some basic parameters of the RFP, and then share it with council as we further develop that RFP to make sure that we have that we're incorporating your vision for that property and possibly more than one property.
Appreciate that. Andrew?
Just a question. My understanding, and I don't know what is the determining factor, if you're talking about the community center, for some reason we need that to go to a referendum, 275, we don't, 113, and I don't know why do some things have to go to referendum and some don't?
That's a dad question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with respect to those particular properties, it is the fact that one, the community center, whatever it is, community center property has been designated as a park or open space property by resolution of the council. Once that happens, it is subject to a charter limitation that says no sale or lease without a vote. So that's what's driving that in that instance.
Okay. Which would make the community center parcel a very complicating factor in the RFP process, because they couldn't complete the RFP until we did a referendum.
Yes.
Couldn't complete the execution of the RFP. Okay.
Another referendum,
Right.
which failed the last time.
Well, would that be the case if it's just a remodel or renovation of that building? We're not talking about selling it or leasing it. We're talking about adding a second story and 6 units that the town might own and lease.
I think if it's going to be used for other than park purposes, you would, through sale, lease, or otherwise, right? Even if the town owned it, the town ends up leasing units for residential purposes. So I think you'd still need a vote.
Okay. So and the existing use as the community center and as a rented space, either leased to a public entity like SOS or being used and rented to the public at large for events, that's within that realm?
It's within that realm because the purpose from the town's perspective of the lease, if you look at the written agreement, is to allow utilization of that property by a third party who then facilitates its use by the public for community park-like purposes. Okay. So I think what goes on there now is copacetic under that charter provision, if that's your question.
All right, got it.
We just went through that because we just had a lot of conversation about that very question. And so I just want to clarify for the record too, if it did need to go to a vote of the people, not necessarily referendum. So they're different, but.
Thank you. So I think if my notes, I'm kind of seeing that there's, I saw kind of more leaning toward let's go start working on an RFP for this is where everybody, the majority of council is leaning. I think Don, you heard kind of the conversation. Is there any more questions you had in your notes, or Nancy, that you'd like clarification on from council?
Do you want us to bring you back the RFP before we issue it? We don't normally do something like that, but since it's such an important project to you, would you like that? Or I can just send you a report about it. And if you want to schedule it for a meeting. So I want you to know what we're asking for when we do go out.
Yeah. I personally would like to see it. I don't know if we need a whole council. It would count. How does council feel? Do you guys want a work session on that RFP, or at least to see it beforehand? Which
personally, I'd like to see it beforehand and then decide if we need to bring it to council, or I'm not sure how that would work, but ideally I don't want it to go out to the RFP process without us having reviewed it.
Okay, so we can't have a meeting outside the meeting, but I can send you the RFP when it's done. And then if you feel there's questions, you can ask for that to be scheduled through the mayor and myself.
Good. I would support that. And I saw Andy Held give a thumbs up for that. Okay. Head nods. Great. Don, anything else you want clarification on?
I think the only question, and maybe it's a clarification, is whether there's a preference by council for rental or for sale. I did hear maybe the idea of, you know what, maybe we let the proposers come back and see what the market dictates. I think we could certainly draft it up that way as a starting point and then go from there.
Jesse, please.
So if we just let the market do its thing, we're going to get more for sale units, and we're going to be in the same dang problem as we are today. So we need to say whether or not we want rental or maybe it's affordable for sale units, but we have a pretty good stock of those in town already. And so in my opinion, if we just let the market go its own way without this criteria, we're not going to get what we want. So in my opinion, I think we need to say, and frankly, I think we need rentals. So from my perspective, some rentals in the it's tough, but the 60% AMI is where we desperately need it, or at least that's what the housing assessment tells us.
Okay. So thumbs up from Dan, and Andy Held wants to jump in. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Jesse. And I think we should include some affordable commercial rental for an incubator type situation. It's probably zoned 20% or something like that, Don?
As a central core property, it is zoned central core. So there is a lot you can do.
So to clarify, Councilmember Held, you're asking that the proposers submit a development idea that includes rental units for housing and commercial property that can be used for a specific purpose, like an incubator?
I would love to see that in there, at least a percentage. It doesn't have to be a major percentage or anything, but I would like some of those units to be available in that fashion, where we could rent them out at an affordable rate compared to other things in town.
You don't mean a commercial business incubator. You mean renting units out for businesses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I'm with Jesse and Andy on that. I think rentals is what we're seeing we need, and this is the time to do it. Any other comments? Dan?
Not, rental for sure. I would want to probably dive a little bit deeper into, one, two, or a suite of commercial units, considering that there's not a lot of vacancy on Main Street. I understand. I'm not convinced that that's the best use. That's one place where I'd let the market come in and say they're going to rent. I understand where Andy, where you're coming from. I need to be brought there a little bit more. I'm not necessarily not disposed to considering that, but the commercial market is one area where I'm less inclined to subsidize. But that being said, I'd like to see more of the plan. It's going to be commercial space because it has to be commercial space. Whatever degree we subsidize that, I think could be open for more conversation. I think.
Andrew Anderson gave a thumbs up. So, Don, is that clear enough direction on?
Yeah, at least I did receive from 4 out of the 6 that are on the call that yes, rentals. So that certainly is the direction. I'll start the RFP and bring it back to you all as we develop more parameters.
I think I saw a silent head nod from others on to round out the other.
So
yeah,
can I ask just to be clear?
Rental, and I'm not convinced on commercial.
Okay. And I'm curious, just to be clear. Yeah, I don't understand the commercial side of that, but and I think it's a complicator relative to the rest of the commercial space in town, but that can be a conversation. Rental, does that need to be one building owned by one owner, or can they be, the type of ownership situation where a bunch of the local businesses buy the units, but they cannot be owner occupied. They have to be long-term rental. I'm just a clarification to understand what might come in.
Yes, I think the answer is yes. They could be either one of those, and it could be multiple buildings. It could be a single building, probably economy of scale. It will end up being one large building, but it could be condominiumized as long as there is a deed restriction that it had to be occupied by a resident worker that makes a certain AMI if they're going to get bonus density in there.
Awesome. I look forward to seeing what comes in.
Yeah, I agree. Jesse.
Thanks. Just one more thing to add, and I'm not sure how early, if this falls into the RFP process or we start negotiating after the fact, but net zero, obviously, to the extent that we can, and maybe, and the definition of that kind of changes. So maybe that doesn't necessarily mean, offsetting all of the energy on site with renewables, but certainly with an eye towards, reducing long-term utility costs for those residents, and looking at developers who have experience in doing that.
Yes, as that is a council strategic plan goal, we'll certainly incorporate that into the RFP.
I'm sorry, but that and sustainability is great. We just enacted the sustainability code. We just enacted the county sustainability code. If that's not the acceptable level of sustainable building, then I've missed a big chapter of that book. To say that that's not good enough, we now have to go to something greater is a challenge to the project that really will just result in us spending more 5A dollars because it doesn't pencil out without more subsidy from the town. So, but I really feel like we've just enacted 2 big new code changes on sustainability. To now say it has to be something more than that, I have trouble with.
I think it's just it's the next, for my impression under that, Andrew, is it's just the next step of setting the bar, and our code now is this is the lowest we want for sustainability, but there is more you can do. And I think if we set that trend, that's what we're shooting for, would be my take on it. And but I think as we move forward in the choosing of looking at what the RFPs are and what the project might be or become, I think is when we have that conversation. But that's my take.
To me, it can be a factor in the evaluation, but not a requirement for the submission.
Okay, I think I have some pretty good direction and some variables in there that I'll work into the draft, and we will bring that back to council soon.
Perfect. I appreciate that, Don.
Well, may I just clarify for the record, we're going to send a report to council with the attachment, and they may schedule it for a meeting so the public is aware. Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Nancy. Great, thank you very much. So we're 6 o'clock, we're 2 hours in. Let's take a 10-minute break. I'm going to see if I can fix some technology issues on my side. So we'll be back at 6:10. Thanks for a good conversation, everybody. And Nancy, I'll call you or text you if for some reason I can't get back in
Okay.
or on, just so you know. Thanks.
Hunter, is there anything I can do to help?
You know, I have like 0 volume. Like all my settings are at full volume and I can barely hear. So I'm just gonna see if the way I came in was awkward because I had it playing in the background on the web platform, and maybe I don't know.
Okay,
Does that,
yeah, the
unless you
only
have any
other
other
thing I could
ideas?
think of is checking Bluetooth to make sure that it's really, are you on a Bluetooth to your headphones?
I did, just so I can hear better, and this was helpful, but they're not going to last the entire
Got
meeting.
it.
So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, this was an upgrade, but I know it's not going to last. So
Okay.
we'll see if this works, and if not, I'll deal with it.
Well,
Thanks,
so I'll
Deborah.
sit here with my phone and on the meeting, and so I can let you back in or do whatever you need that I
Great,
can.
I appreciate it. I'm going to
Sure.
jump out now and jump back in.
Okay.
Thanks, Deborah. Can you just do a sound check and talk for a minute?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear
Man,
me?
yeah, it is just so quiet. Okay, I think I'll just have to suffer through it and see what happens. So,
And you did check the volume on your earpieces?
well, I took those out hoping that logging out would fix the problem, but it has not. And they're, as you heard, they're not going to last the whole meeting. So I'll put them back in for when we can, and I'll just stay really close, and you guys will have a zoomed in view of my face for the rest of it. So.
And you've checked the sound on your machine, of course.
Yeah, I checked the Zoom sound, and I checked the system preference machine sound. So it's.
Have you turned off all other documents and open files to see if that does anything?
Yeah, I just have the PDF of the agenda or the packet up, and that's it. So. It's a weird one because I've never had this problem with other Zoom meetings, so I'm not sure.
Cheryl
All
may
right, I'm
have
going
a
to take a quick break,
solution.
but we'll get through it. I've at least
Hey,
I know it's
Cheryl,
not.
it's Deb. How are you?
I'll try to charge up my earphones. So thanks, guys.
Nancy or Deborah, would it be possible to make sure the PowerPoint for my presentation works?
Well, somebody is showing, well, it shouldn't be a problem if you have it. Are you set up to share your screen?
Hey, Susan, I'm sorry. I was on the phone with Cheryl trying to troubleshoot this volume. Can you repeat your question?
I just wanted to know if it would be possible to test whether or not my PowerPoint screen share would work.
Sure, go for it. So I will, it doesn't look like you're a host on here, so I don't have that ability to change that. That has to be Brody, but I can see your screen.
I'm sharing. Okay.
Yep, I can see it.
I just was a little worried when Kim said it didn't work for her, but
Yep.
okay, cool.
Nope, I've got it.
I'm stopping and I'll get out of here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, I'm sorry about that.
All right, looks like people are trickling back in. I had no luck fixing my volume issues, so running with the ear pods until they run out of battery. And then I'm gonna have to be close for a while, so I apologize. And Nancy, did you text Melissa to let her know we're good to go? As soon as we see Melissa join us again, we'll move on. Yep.
She's coming.
Thank you. All right, I see Melissa's back and all other council members are present. So with that, I'd like to move on to work session agenda item number 3, and this is a bag ban discussion. And I see Gilly has joined us, and I will turn it over to you, Gilly. Thanks, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Just as a bit of background, I know that all of this is in the staff report, but the 2019 ordinance, give me just one moment. Sorry, I couldn't hear anything. So I just wanted to preface this with the fact that before 2020, there was no data on any of the single-use bags distributed in Frisco. So when Ordinance 1914 was passed, then the purpose behind it was to dissuade the use of disposable bags. And given the fact that we did not have any prior data for that, we can't be sure if it worked. In the original staff report back in 2019, it was estimated that this bag fee would not be a significant source of revenue for the town. However, even with allowing businesses to retain up to $1,000 a month until August, and council's temporary suspension of the fee in the second quarter of the year due to the coronavirus pandemic, we've seen almost $82,000 in revenue from the bag fee, which I would say is not an insignificant amount. And it's likely a sign that the use of single-use bags hasn't changed much, even with the bag fee. And I know that you are all aware that the town councils of Dillon and Breckenridge have both voted to approve plastic bag bans that will begin in August and September of 2021, respectively. The differences between the two are that Breckenridge will continue to charge a bag fee on single-use bags, which will be in the future defined as paper bags with at least 40% post-consumer recycled product. And then Dillon, on the other hand, has exempted bags that are 2.25 millimeters or thicker, and Breckenridge has not. So again, I've put together a staff report that goes through this in a bit more detail, but since this is a work session item, I thought it'd be good to have an open-ended discussion about what council would like staff to do regarding a potential bag ban. And if you would like staff to edit Ordinance 1914 and bring it back to council for a first reading.
Great, thank you, Gilly. I appreciate that. And I think this for me, it's kind of my hope is where we would get to with the bag fee is limiting the amount of bags and getting to the point where we didn't need them. So I am happy about this potential direction and would love to hear other thoughts or concerns from council. And if there's none, we can just ban them.
So,
Andrew, go ahead.
The number that totally shocked me was 250,000 bags per quarter. is that so? But the other side of that is that should mean $250,000 per year in revenue, right? 1 million bags a year at a quarter a bag is $250,000. So just throwing that out there, as I'm not sure where the math got where my math is wrong. But ultimately, my view is ban them, especially ban the plastics.
So the wonky math comes from the fact that businesses were able to retain up to $1,000 per month per business from January to August of this year. And after that, they're able to retain up to $100 a month, and that's for signage and education on the bag fee. So it does mess with those numbers a bit.
And that council did suspend the fee, so it wasn't collected by everyone for a few months.
Great, thank you. Other thoughts? There's two strong votes. Dan and then Andy Hogue.
Certainly in theory support a ban because that's the ultimate goal, and why not just cut to the chase. But maybe Thad could speak to what's the legal landscape look like here. More and more communities are doing this. How will this evolve in the legal landscape? Will it just put pressure ultimately on the state legislature to come through on something statewide, or do you see some kind of class action suit by plastic companies against communities? Where's this going to go?
I wish I had a clue, Councillor Fallon. I can't predict where it's going to go. What I can tell you is that the Municipal League has supported state legislation that would prohibit that prohibition. Whether and the extent to which the plastic industry would seek some sort of class action or the like, I don't have any way to predict. I would tell you, I think that there would be some legal difficulties in making out viable legal claims for damages. So legal claims that did come would be more in the nature of a request of a court to order that Frisco or whatever other municipality, assuming that it was found to violate state statute, would be in the nature of an order prohibiting further enforcement of the statute. It seems unlikely to me that there would be dollar damages, but any litigation is expensive, simply to defend whether you lose it or not. So that's what I can tell you, Councillor Fallon. I'm sorry, it's not very predictive.
That's a good place to start, Dad. Thank you.
Sure. I think we'd have some support for some pretty heavy-hitting communities on our side who've gone down this path before us, which makes me feel better. Other thoughts, Andy Held? Were you trying to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'm in support of banning them. I think with COVID and the COVID fatigue and all, we've gotten a little lax with most of that stuff, and I think it's important. And especially, we have to live our lives at this point. We got to stick to our morals and stick to what's important. And so we should go down that road.
Melissa, Rick, you guys in support? How are you feeling about?
So I have a question for Gilly. So of course I support no plastic bags in an ideal scenario here. We're a bit different in that we do have some very large, big box stores that are not used to this system. Gilly, have you spoken to Walmart, Safeway, I guess those two, or in any other town? I mean, that does create a unique challenge. And just anecdotally, I've seen the challenges firsthand that some of their employees, some of whom I know, deal with on a regular basis. And have we surveyed them? Have we done any outreach on this topic?
So I have reached out to the larger retailers like Safeway and Walmart and Whole Foods. I have not gotten a response back from anyone except for Whole Foods, who already doesn't use plastic bags. So I don't have any direct feedback from them, but I have been in places where this bag ban has been instituted with those larger retailers. And because they already have those systems in place in other areas, I would assume that it would be easy for them to transfer to Frisco.
So can you walk us through a situation where somebody stops in off the highway and there's a plastic bag ban at Walmart? What happens when they don't show up with any bags?
They would have paper bags on hand at Walmart, Safeway, anywhere. It would just be that we would require those fees to be, the bag fee to be placed on those paper bags, which we already do. It would just solely be paper bags that would be that revenue for the town rather than paper and plastic.
Okay. Well, I support this, guys. I just want to make sure that it's well crafted, that it's legal, and that there's no loopholes with such as the thicker bags that were having to be used in other places. So let's move forward.
I
can
want
answer
to make
Dad's
clear,
question that it's not
I want
legal.
to make clear for everyone, it's not legal.
Okay.
So if you're going to go forward with this, you need to be comfortable with the fact that it's not legal under current
I
state
understand.
statute. The town is open to challenge. Thanks.
Thanks, Dad.
Hey, Thad,
Anybody else?
thanks. And Hunter, yeah, Hunter, I'm good to move forward. So just so we're clear.
Great, thanks, Rick. Sounds like you have support, Gilly, and I appreciate it. And yeah, look forward to moving moving this forward and kind of helping set the example as a community.
Mayor and Council, do you have a thought as to time frame? Breckenridge and the town of Dillon, I believe it's September, isn't it, Gilly? That they're okay. So would you like to have it implemented at the same time, September of 2021? Gives retailers time to, would that work for you to have a same date?
Seems fair. I think continuity throughout the communities that are doing it is important. Help spread the message.
Thank you. And one final question, moving forward with this, would you prefer for the ordinance to exempt those thicker plastic bags, or would you like for those to still be included in the plastic bag ban?
I think I heard support for them to be included in the ban. Is that true? I saw Jesse unmuted.
Well, I was going to say because we never exempted them in our ordinance in Frisco, right? So I don't see why adding them back in makes any logical sense. And I think, Gilly, does your proposal include the 40% recycled content for paper?
Yes, it does.
I think we glanced over that a little bit, but from my perspective, it's really important that paper bags, which can have an equally impactful yet different life cycle impact, from pulp and paper mills and the pollution associated with that, that we really try to encourage the recycling markets. And you do that by requiring a certain percentage of the paper bags to be made from recycled material. And this isn't anything new. The whole state of California requires that. And in fact, they require that on their plastic bags as well. So I do support the 40%. They're readily available. They're not any more expensive than virgin paper bags. And so I think that's important that we carry forward as well.
Thanks, Jesse. Is everybody in support of that? See thumbs ups and the head nods. All right. So yeah, Gilly, do you have have what you need just so there's council support and moving forward the ban and not having any exemptions for thicker plastics?
Yes, I have my direction. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Excellent. Then moving on. Excuse me for a moment. I lost some windows when I was doing tech work. So this work session agenda item number 4, this is the proposed 2021 marina boat storage and rental rates. And Is Tom with us?
Mayor and Council, as he's
agenda.
Remind Council as to why this has come before you. We, in the past, the town has always increased rates on our own, but we really want to have a public discussion about those kind of things now and get your feedback.
Thanks, Nancy. And I see Tom's here and Jen is here as well. Looks like from the Marina office. So Tom, thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Mortensen and council members. Thank you for having me talk before you. I do have Jen here as well, who should be able to share her screen in case we need to show any supporting spreadsheets or documents. I know you've all read the staff report, so I will not go into huge amounts of detail unless you would like me to. But I would just like to summarize kind of where we were for 2020 and what we're proposing for 2021 as options for the rental rates and all the various storage rates. And as you saw in the report, there's also a number of questions in there, and I can ask those after each section, or I can hold them all till the end, whatever you all would prefer.
Let's hold them all at the end. Let's get the whole picture, and then we'll go through your questions.
All right, good enough. So first up are the rental boats. As you all saw, we had an incredibly busy year on a budget of $715,000 in revenue for the rental boats. We brought in just over 1.5 million in revenue for power and paddle rental boats, which is approximately 60% of the marina's total revenues. Increasing the rental boat rates per tables 1 and 2 in the report does have the potential to increase revenue by approximately $140,000 for next year. Given the fact that, additionally, given the fact that we were sold out of rental boats every weekend and holiday unless it was raining, staff is also proposing a 10% higher weekend and holiday rate for your consideration as well on the rental boats. Moving on to storage, we'll start with the slips. Our current charges for the slips are based on the registered lengths of the boats. Basically, the larger the vessel, the larger the fee. Per the operational performance audit of F3 Marina, they have told us standard marina practice is to bill by the length overall of the vessel or the length of the slip, whichever is greater. So actually getting out and measuring the boat for its length overall, including outboards hanging off the back, anchors hanging off the front, and not just going off of that registered length. So this means a 25-foot boat docked in a 30-foot slip would get charged the full price of that 30-foot slip for the space that it's taking up. We currently have 3 different slip lengths at the marina of 24 feet, 30 feet, and 40 feet. And we used our current rate structure to come up with standard fees for those 3 sizes. Tables 3 and 4 in the report show what the slip length fees would be at 2 different rates for comparison. One is sticking with what our rate was this summer, and one is a lower rate. The tricky part with the slips is that not all the vessels that were under 24 feet were in 24-foot slips. So you're all aware, we have 56 24-foot slips. We have 84 30-foot slips and 10 40-foot slips. That's how it's broken out. We have 98 boats registered as 24 feet and under. So 42 of those smaller boats were in 30-foot slips. So those boat owners will see the largest increases having a 22-foot boat being a 30-foot slip and being charged for that. Moving on to the moorings. So boats on moorings are the ones you see out in the bay, floating, attached to the white ball, not attached to shore. So a little different than the slips, but these were also charged by registered length in the past. And F3 Marina recommended charging by the length overall on those as well. So we're charging for the actual length of the boat, not just that registered length. So for comparison, a very common boat, a Catalina 25, which in the past we have charged as a 25-foot boat. When we go out and measure it with a tape measure, it's most likely going to measure around 27 feet. So that increase in 2 feet will result in increase of fees. And staff is recommending keeping the mooring rates the same as this year, knowing that all the boats out there are going to see increased fees due to actually measuring by length as compared to registered length. And finally, we have our on-land storage options. These include trailer storage, dry storage, and winter storage. Dry storage is where the boat is on the trailer and stored in the boatyard. The owner comes and uses it when he wants and takes the boat back out of the water, goes back in the boatyard. Trailer storage is just the empty trailers in the summer, and winter storage is where we're at now. All the boats shrink wrapped on land. And same thing with the other storage rates. We charge by registered length of the boat to come up with our fees for those storages. And F3 has told us that they would recommend moving to a standard marina practice of charging by square footage of what those boats and trailers, the space that they take up. So the length times the width. Typically, as boats get longer, they also get wider. So a 30-foot boat could be well over 10 feet wide. And so we have come up with a format to charge for square footage, and would see an increased revenue from the largest boats in that scenario. Now, with all of these storage fees, there's also the option of keeping the pricing structure the same as we have had it in years past, which is just charging by registered length of the vessel, including a modest percentage increase for next year. And the last item on the report was the Frisco resident discount. There's currently a 10% Frisco resident discount, and we have been defining Frisco residents as having 80443 zip code on their driver's license. And so I'd like to get your feedback on that as well.
Great. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. And the report as well. Questions, any specific questions or anything for clarification purposes from Tom at this point?
What is
Jesse and then Andrew.
What is the extra potential workload to staff to have to go out and measure? Because it's a one-time thing. Once you have the boat record, it's on record. But what do you think that does at the beginning of the season, or at what point in the season does that occur?
Yeah, this year we would certainly have to measure every boat. All our returning customers, we would have that info on hand until they get a new boat. So yeah, it would certainly involve some training. We'd want to have consistency in our measuring practices. It could take 2 people a half a day to measure all the boats in the yard. I don't think it would be incredibly difficult. There would be occasions where we would be billing, like we typically bill our customers in the off season early next year. And we would be billing potentially on just the information we have on hand. Their boats may not be here for us to measure them now. So we would have to bill them at with the information we know, and then communicate to them that this could potentially change once we get the boat in hand to measure.
And Tom, wouldn't it be a one-time task once you have that boat, that registered boat in the system with the measurements, just you don't have to measure again?
Correct. Yeah, we would store that in RecTrack and it would be easy after that point.
Tom, how do you, oh, sorry, Andrew, I told you could go next. I apologize. Go ahead.
Whatever. Tom, two questions. One is, are all boats, are all the boats that we have at the marina generally the same? Like, are all 24-foot sailboats going to have an extra 2 feet of anchor and motor where we're measuring? Yes, it's now going to be 26, but is this an exercise that doesn't need to be done? Or is there a variance among 24-foot boats of what they actually are?
Yeah, unfortunately, it does vary widely. Manufacturers came up with those measurements that the boats get registered by in different fashions. And there are boats, some Catalina 27s have an outboard hanging off of the back. Some are powered by an inboard diesel. And so it would measure shorter overall. So unfortunately, I think we would have to go and measure all of them.
And have we ever done it can be as simple as going on the internet, but a pricing survey to see, are we an expensive marina? Are we cheap?
Jen has a spreadsheet of the research we've done just recently of Colorado marinas and nearby states. And we are right about in the middle. I don't know if Jen can share that or not.
She can. Do you know how to share your screen? There you go, Jen.
There we go. So you can see highlighted in yellow the Frisco Bay Marina, kind of right in the middle of 15 different marinas we surveyed. You can see at the bottom, Chatfield is way up there. Dillon Reservoir is a little challenging. Our environment compared to some of those others doesn't always guarantee the same customer experience every year. We've all seen the droughts that we've had occasionally. Fingers crossed we have a good winter this year. So it can make it a challenge to charge a premium, knowing that some years we might not have the product that we would in a normal year.
Sorry, I think we're all reading the spreadsheet.
Yeah, no problem.
I kind of help you mentioned Dillon Reservoir, and I'm curious, do we pay any sort of percentage on our commercial revenue to DREC or to?
Yes, I believe it's.
And how much is
4%? 4%? Is that correct, Jen?
That is correct. It's 4%.
And
that covers everything: rental, storage. I believe everything we do here minus retail. Bonnie would know better what exactly is in there, but I believe it's 4% for everything.
And is it 4% as far as we know into the future, or does that escalate on an annual basis?
It's been 4% as far as I've been the marina manager, and I haven't seen anything in any of the contracts talking about escalation of those fees.
Okay.
How, Tom, how does slip allotment go when you've got the varying size boats? Obviously the biggest boats need those bigger slips, but how does that kind of middle 42 boats that kind of are in between and end up in the bigger slips, how does that work in the summer?
Yep.
Like when you're putting all the boats out?
Yeah, that's going to be the most challenging part for sure. Marina staff has been discussing options to maybe modify some of the slips. They are fairly modular, and maybe change our distribution of lengths to better fit the boats that we currently have. We are prepared for the future with our current setup. Boat lengths have gone up a few feet over the years that I've been working at the marina. So we are prepared to continue to accept larger boats, but at the same time, we would certainly do what we could to minimize the number of people affected by a disproportionately large increase in fees. We may be able to move some of those bigger slips over to what we call T-Dock, which is for our short-term customers, and then get some 24-foot fingers put in their place. We do have, I believe it's 25,000 in the budget already allotted for next year for dock parts. So some of that could certainly be used to help minimize those effects.
What's the biggest boat you put in a 24-foot slip?
24 feet right now. It's relatively uncomfortable and unsafe practice putting a large boat into a small slip.
Okay.
They tend to stick out, hang out over the dock and get in the walkway, or stick out into the fairway between the docks and become a hazard. So we do our best to, as soon as we get to a 25-foot boat, it's got to go into a 30-foot slip and so on up the chain.
I think my last question, since I'm, is just did you run? And I know you don't know all the actual length of boats, but like the best guess you could, instead of doing, which if we did by overall length instead of registered length, and not the greater of whether it's the overall length of the size of the slip, a rough estimate where we would land financially going that way, does that still cover our costs? Jen, go ahead if you know you ran that.
I have run those numbers. If you'd like to see the spreadsheet, I did run numbers that are based upon our current rate, registered boat length, our current rate at the measured boat length, which in an average would increase the rate, let's say by 2 feet per person, and then some other variations of that. And I did that for every single slip and what that would look like individually for those individual rates, and then added it up at the bottom. So let me try and show my screen to you.
I think while she's working on that, I'm just thinking, it seems like there's a middle ground that we can hit where we go by the actual length of the boat and not necessarily the slip length, to not have that punitive effect. And while she's working on it, Andy Held, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks, Jen, for all your work, and Tom, you too. Hey, if we adjust the slip sizes to be more fitting with the boats that we have, do we get to add slips? Right, so if we have less, we've got fewer 30-foot slips, can we end up fitting more 24-foot slips? And then we get to fit more boats in there. Do we have a cap? Like, are we allowed to have a certain number of boats? Is that something from the water board?
Yeah, if memory serves, 300 comes to mind. Total, we're about 200, 210 right now, including the moorings. So we do have room to grow. Making these changes for next year, unfortunately, wouldn't make big enough amount of room that we could add more slips.
So if you are seeing the spreadsheet, at the very end, you can see right here at 48 cents per foot, it's our rate. At the measured boat length, what that percentage increase would be, their price, new price, the difference in increase that price in a dollar amount, and then in their percentage amount. And then at the end, for everyone, sorry, we would see a $23,568-ish increase and an overall 8% increase in rates, going by the boat registered length versus the 41 cents at the slip length, which would be a 4% increase, a $10,000 increase, but the heavy hit of those slip fees for some of the smaller boats would see a fairly larger increase for those small boats who are currently in a larger slip space.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. Other questions around the slip fees or slip length versus boat length? And where do we want to, where are we feeling like going with this
Jim, can you
fee structure?
Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Dan, please.
So it would be, in terms of an interim, as we transition, it would be possible, would it not, to go to the 48 cents and go to the slip lengths, but to accommodate the number of boats that are in unmodified 30-foot slips. Let's assume that you're able to modify some 30 footers to 24, and maybe, as Andy Held has suggested, create new slips. I'm not sure, but we could go ahead and just, it would not be a big financial hit, and would certainly be a nice customer service move to just grandfather those boats in, and then as new people come in off the waiting list, they would come in at the 30-foot length. So you don't necessarily have to tag those 42 boats with the fee just because. I mean, we can do whatever we want. So we could accommodate them at the 24-foot slip length rate, and then as they vacate, then the new people who come in, of course, pay the 30-foot length because they're the new customers. So, I mean, you could certainly do that, and it would not be a big financial hit, and it would obviate the need for massive reconfiguration, even though you could do what's practical, even if it, especially if it would create some newer slips at whatever length.
Council, I'd like to get town attorneys to weigh in on that. We don't have ongoing contracts with people. We don't have multi-year contracts. They have to renew each year their agreement with the town. So there's no standing agreement, and they're on a waiting list. So I'm not sure there's really a grandfathered, there's no right that they have. They are on a list. They're sent to information. Do you want to sign up? As we've talked before, Jen goes through a lot to get them each year. So I'm not sure there's a grandfathering possibility. I'd like to see what the attorney says before you decide to do that.
I would agree there's no obligation to do it, but I also think that as a business entity, if you decide to do it as a matter of policy, as you make a fee policy change, you certainly can.
For anyone who has rented in the past, maybe it would have to be like that.
Sure, or for any current renter.
We don't have
anybody.
It's whoever rented last year.
Yep, it just carry over. Andy Held, go ahead.
Yeah, and that would just be for the smaller boats that are in the bigger slips, right? And you know, I don't see any reason that we couldn't offer that to returning slip holders. You know, I think that'd be fair. I think hitting them with 33% on top, and then the other people only get 8% would be viewed unfair to them. And so I think that would be a decent offering to at least get them prepared for next year's increase.
Rick, go ahead.
So when we started the conversation, it made sense, right? We were talking about boat lengths, and it was either registered boat length or measured boat length. And then somewhere along during that conversation, I was like, well, why don't we charge by slip size? And now we got to the slip size conversation, and that doesn't make sense. I mean, I think we can consistently raise our rates across the board to everyone equally by just measuring the darn boats and charge them all the same. It's not their fault we don't have a slip their boat fits in. If going forward we want to accommodate smaller slips, then we can build that into our future expansion plans. But as far as 2021, pick a rate, pick a measuring stick, and let's go.
I agree with Rick, and I do want to just caution or throw in there that I don't think that we should start rearranging our slips for the boats we have today. I think that's a slippery slope. They're not going to be the boats we have in 2, 3, 4 years. And it's just a lot of work to try and accommodate customers that we've had for a really long time. And that's important. And I think Rick's solution does that, but I don't think we need to go out there and try and change our slips around for the boats that we have today. I think that's a waste of time and it's not fair.
Andrew, go ahead.
I'm agreeing with the standpoint that if I walked into Rocky Mountain Roasters and they said, we're out of small cups, you have to buy a large cup, I would expect them to charge me for the small that I wanted. If you don't have any more 24-foot slips and somebody, that's what they need and we're all out, I just think it's good customer service. Tom, I have faith in your ability to make the right decision on this, but since it's been brought to us, my view is customer service is still critical. We don't need to milk every nickel out of every possible client. We need to make everybody happy in a reasonable pricing system. So Rick, I agree with you.
And I think to Rick's point, that was kind of the question I was asking with Jen's spreadsheet is where do we end up if we just go by boat length and nothing else? And I think it seems like that's not a fiscally irresponsible approach and definitely a better customer service approach. So everybody, how do people feel, Melissa?
I was just gonna add that, I think that taking a long view and not overcomplicating it for the short-term solution. At the end of the day, this is a wonderful amenity. I fully support bringing us up to industry standards and creating a system that is not overly complicated. So I support the idea that Rick put out there. And also, I really would like to continue the locals discount, and I'd even support increasing it. I think that having more locals enjoying the amenity is the more the better. So that's where I land on this.
Great. And I guess just for clarification's sake, Tom, maybe this is for you. You had the two prices of either 41 cents per foot or the 48. And now I've confused myself. Was the 48 if we didn't do slip size, or what would you suggest if we just did the length overall pricing?
The 48 cents per foot was the rate we had this summer based on the registered length. If we went to measuring length overall, we could stick with that 48 cent rate, and we would see an increase in slip revenue just based on the fact that most of the boats are longer than the registered length they were charged last year.
Is council in support of those numbers in that direction? See Rick head nodding, thumbs up.
So I just want to clarify, there's no rate increase.
No, it's going to come from the increase in the actual length overall of the boats, is where we'll gain that for going into next summer.
Right. So we normally,
some people might benefit from.
Okay.
What was that, Nancy? Sorry, you broke out.
We normally do increase the rate each year, but we're not going to increase the rate. We're going to change how we measure. Okay.
Yep.
I think we should let them know as well that we are now going to be measuring tip to tail, and then you will be charged accordingly.
They will get that in their new. Diane can't unmute, so I'm kind of just want to put that in. She not mute it. So I don't know why. I'll try. Oh wait.
It happened.
Yeah, they will be getting letters.
Mm-hmm. But it still looked like there was a potential for a percentage increase. Try again, Diane. There it is. You're here. Welcome.
Awesome.
Diane.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, I was stuck on the muted side of things. Man, that hurts when you can't chime in. Thank you for the clarification. I think that we really wanted to present the information. Thanks a lot to Jen and Tom here, really presenting the information based on the recommendations we received from F3 Marina. So we understand that sometimes those recommendations may take us some time to get to. So in light of the conversation today and making sure that customer service is of the utmost importance and not wanting to hit some folks with that 33% increase, looking at keeping the rates the same, that 0.48 and that wonderful measurement that we've been doing for quite some time, we will simply go by the total boat length so that we have that and it's very clear for what that will be. In response to communicating this, yes, Jen, Tom, and I have already spoken about the importance of putting this out before any billing would be going out to any of our customers. So over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be working on that. We're also working very closely with Thad. We're actually on a meeting with him tomorrow to look at our contracts, the verbiage we're sending to our customers, and our rules and regulations. So we'll make sure we take care of all of that before anything gets released to the customers. So thank you. I'll go back to mute.
And the moorings seemed a little more straightforward. Does anybody have concerns with the staff recommendation on moorings? Dan, go ahead.
No concern. It does seem like there's a consistency there, that everybody would be used to. So I do support Rick's idea. I don't necessarily support the small increase. But I guess if the understanding would be that next year would come back and evaluate that per foot cost, which is going to be 48 cents, be a very minor increase based on the marginal addition of length to boats, disproportionately, of course, for smaller boats than for larger boats, assuming that some motors are more standardized in length and would affect the smaller boats a little bit more, but it's nominal. It doesn't really matter. I wouldn't mind if we're going to keep it at 48 cents. I wouldn't mind seeing more of an increase to the slip holders, considering the improvements. Right now, it seems like there's an inordinate, and it kind of segues to my next question, which goes to the rentals on the paddle boards and things. Wondering about where we're getting to, curious about the sense of what the market will bear in terms of those increases, because they seem substantial to me, but I know they fly off the shelf, so possibly there's more. But I was looking for more of an increase from the slip holders and got that with the slip length versus the boat length. But if the consensus is keep it there this year with a very modest increase based on boat length, then fine. But I would want to come back next year and evaluate that unit price then on length.
Thanks, Dan. And I think that helps us set up for next year's conversation once we know length overall, for sure. And thanks for pointing out, I did completely skip the rental rates accidentally in my notes. I had it mislabeled. So start with moorings. Everybody good with the staff recommendation on moorings? We can get that. Good, thanks, Tom. And then back to the rental rates. Thanks for pointing that out, Dan. How do folks feel about the rental rates and Dan's concern? It seems like the demand is there. I think the market will bear those rates, no problem, and I'm in support. But I'd like to, if anybody's not. Everybody seems good. Rental rates.
Just
Andrew Aarons. Yep.
Off of extensive research through the internet, it's $55 for a 2-hour mountain bike in the summer. So we're right there for kayaks. I just wanted to see that somewhere in the hemisphere of a tourist deciding to rent a toy, we're in the sweet spot.
Yeah, Dillon Marina has a concessionaire that rents out their paddle sports, and they're actually still more expensive than we are currently. Our pontoon boats, I believe these new rates would put our large pontoon boat to be more expensive now than Dillon Marina's large pontoon boat, but still in the same neighborhood.
Rick, go ahead.
I presume Tom and Jen are thinking this, right? But as we invest more out there with the new building and figure out the great lawn and get the docks figured out, our rates are going to go up. And to Dan's point, I don't know where we're going to end up, but it needs to make financial sense to A, pay off the bonds, and then B, sustainably operate the marina going forward. So thank you guys for your work you did this year. I think it's great first steps to get us moving in that direction. But I think this will be a robust conversation like this going forward for the years, and having all those comparison numbers is very helpful. So thanks.
Sure. And yes, for a point of clarification for what you said there, Rick, in the past, yes, we've had modest increases in normal years. And like when we completed the big dig in phase 1, we increased storage rates by 10%, I think, for the slips that year due to the completion of that capital project. So we'd continue moving forward with that plan in the future too. As we get this building completed, other steps, we would expect to see a bigger percentage increase those years. And also to Melissa's point, we could decide to raise the storage fees more than that 48 cents per foot, say, for the slips. And we could also decide to increase the Frisco resident discount at the same time, kind of having those two things coincide. That could be an option as well to consider.
Tom, does the resident discount apply to the boat rentals as well, or just slips?
Boat rentals as well.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Going down the few other questions. So how about storage and trailer storage going to square footage? Everybody good with that staff recommendation? Yep. So yeah, we'll take on the storage side, Tom, we appreciate that recommendation. And then, you know, Melissa brought it up, but the resident discount with the 80443 driver's license. I know Melissa said she'd like to see that increase. I think right now I'd like to see kind of, let's get through another summer, a normal summer of operations and see where we are before, but I'm not set on that. I'd like to know how folks feel on the resident discount. Andy held.
Partially, Tom's question was Frisco residents or 80443 residents. And I think it should be 80443 residents, which includes Copper Mountain and unincorporated Frisco.
Yep.
And I think it's important that it is on your driver's license. So it's not just if you own a home in Frisco, it's actually if you reside in Frisco.
Absolutely.
That would be if you're registered. You can choose to be registered as in Frisco, but actually live, and there's no one who checks that. It's just FYI.
Yeah. Somebody else trying to chime in?
Jen saying she checks.
For the resident discount, you must show your driver's license each and every year to get this discount so that you cannot get it, move away, and still retain that discount for the next 20 years.
I appreciate that, Jen. Thanks. So is everybody good with the discount as is for this year with that conversation? Seeing head nods, thumbs up. All right. Tom, appreciate it. Any other questions that we didn't clarify for you? Or are you guys all set with those?
I was just looking at my list, and I think that covers all my questions. Thank you very much.
To you and your staff and Jen and everybody else in Diane, thanks for pulling together a spectacular summer. You guys did an amazing. I'm going to jump to Dan. I see he wants to pop in here real quick.
Question on storage. There was the option of length versus square footage. Was that reconciled?
I think the staff recommendation was square footage.
Oh, is it? Okay. I want to make sure that's we did agree on that. Okay. Thank you.
But square footage should include the new length.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. We'll be getting out with a tape measure and getting it all.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Congratulations on a really amazing summer after all we went through, and you should be proud because I am. So thank you.
No, we definitely are. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right. Moving on to agenda item number, where are we now? 5, I believe we're at the grants discussion. This potentially can be a really long one. So I think hopefully Rick and Jesse can maybe just steer us to a few questions they have or concerns on, give us some feedback how they did the whole process. And then if anyone has ones that jumped out, we'd like to discuss. Because if we go line item by line item, I think that's about an hour and 20 minutes of conversation. I don't think we need to do that based on our new approach to grants. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick and Jesse as our grant subcommittee and let you guys take it from here. Thank you.
Cool, thanks, Hunter. So this year, Jesse and I looked at it again separately, but we worked on a Google Doc together, and then Deborah put it together for us. I just want to front load this conversation for when we look at particular grant requests from the FERC, Community Care Clinic, and to some extent HC3. You'll see in the $5,000 grant requests, some of those entities at $0. And that is because we have larger requests from them for grant funding that was funded either through the tobacco tax, or general fund? So just to front load those questions there. Secondly, just so to reiterate, it's on page 2 of the memo. It goes through how we evaluate the applications, and we also do look at staff recommendations. But I believe that Jesse and I heavily rely on how they align with our strategic goal. Is it in Frisco or in the 10-mile basin? And how does it impact the citizens of Frisco directly? So those are our matrices. And with that said, my goal, I'm gonna just frame this out for everyone, is everyone has the sheet. I presume everyone has looked at them. I'm not gonna go line item. If you have questions about where something was allocated or not allocated, just grab that one item, and I'll just jump to one specifically. And I have spoken to several council members over the weekend, and one question came up on the National Repertory Orchestra. Whereas our in-kind was approved, we had them at 0. And I'm open for discussion on that topic if anyone wants to bring that up. The question was, they do provide some music in Frisco and or have the ability to come do a performance for us if we want. We didn't see a lot of that in the past. So we were good with the in-kind as far as say rentals or Tubing Hill, or it's mostly summer rentals. Does anyone want to discuss about funding their request for, they requested 5,000, we've given them 0 last year, and they requested 500 last year, got 0. This year they requested 5,000, and we have them slated for 0 to the group.
And just before we dive into the NRO specifically, we used to get in-kind requests for all of our various activity rentals, facility rentals and stuff that were all over the board. And last year, Rick and I came up with a standard silent auction package. So if you are a nonprofit and you have a silent auction and you wanted something from the town of Frisco for that, we standardize that. So it's, and without pulling the packet up, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it's paddle sport rental, Nordic rental, and tubing passes. And so that whole package together is about $630. And we really wanted to put a cash value to what that's costing the town when we just give that service away. So we've standardized that. And I think the only one that might deviate from that is the Domus Pacis, because they specifically get more than 4 tubing passes for their clientele. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that we really focused last year on not renting out our facilities during prime rental days. So we didn't want to have a Saturday night event where we could be making, revenue on a wedding at the day lodge by giving that facility away for a prime night. So all of our facility event requests, we have asked that they schedule it for a weeknight and not on the weekends. So those are the other pieces to it as well.
Thanks for that. I have no problem with the NRO recommendation as you guys see it. It's consistent. Anyone else? Andrew?
That was the one that struck me. I'm not sounding the drumbeat of classical music, but I think they're an organization that provides and can provide music through the county, and I would like to fund them and then ask them to provide us with some of their students doing, whether it's, in Breck, they put a student in the middle of the creek and play music outside the hall there. There's a lot of creative opportunities there. And I think if we goose egg them, they have every right to say, no, thank you. We're busy that day. Where for $500 or $1,000, we can create a relationship that will enhance the wherever we put a couple of musicians for an afternoon to make people turn and smile. So it's a small investment.
Andy Held, were you going to chime second?
Yeah, agreed. Small investment. This is social well-being. If we invest in this, we invest in our local community. And I think that's a good thing, even though we're in COVID. But we could still easily put, a couple musicians in the gazebo or whatever as everybody's walking by, or on Main Street even.
Melissa.
Yeah, I love that idea. Great idea. And I just want to say thank you to Rick and Jesse. You guys have put obviously a ton of work into this and set up some systems that I think will carry forward for a long time. So thank you for putting the effort in, and I support your recommendations. But great work.
Dan, how are you feeling about the NRO?
No, I think it's one of those investments in a broader community that kind of reflects our character and our culture. And for a nominal amount, I think we support something that brings a lot of just benefit but recognition to the county, and that's helpful on so many levels. So I certainly support it. And Rick and Jesse echo Melissa's sentiments 100%. Thank you so much for really making this a very a super efficient process. Thank you.
Seems like adding funding back in for NRO seems like it has support. So
yeah, I think if you guys are good, I'm just going to grab it and say, let's go at $1,000 for the NRO, see what that looks like this year. Let's not forget to get our ask in there. But moving along, because a lot of this is built out through efficiency of conversation, as I've said to a few folks already, is another thing I wanted to talk about was this Summit Senior Center. I believe it's for the Olympics. We essentially give them the whole facility. Is everyone down with that? I don't know what day of the week it is.
It's usually a weekend.
Yeah. I'm down with that. I think it's fine by me. Seeing head nods across the board. Yep. I think you've got support there, Rick. Other.
Cool. I'll thank Jesse for the clarification on the packages. And if you guys are good, I'm good.
Any other specific grants anybody wanted to discuss? Or are we good with the rest of their recommendations? All right. Looks like great. Thank you guys. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Jesse, for doing that. I think it's great. And yeah, with those few changes, I think the grant process is a good one, a much better one than it used to be. And thank you guys. With that, I believe our work session is conclude the work session and on to the consent agenda.
Mayor, it was brought up earlier that you might want to call, like that we're at a regular session and you might want to request public comment again.
Oh, great, Nancy, I appreciate that. Thank you for catching. Sorry, Jesse. Yeah, I will, in case someone has joined us at the 7 o'clock hour, reopen public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment during this time should state their name, address for the record, and be topic specific, and limit your comments no longer than 3 minutes. Anyone who has joined us wish to make a public comment at this time, you can raise your hand in the participant list or unmute yourself. I'll recognize you. I'm not seeing any. Not sure what a raised hand would look like, but I'm not seeing anything different on the participant list. Great. All right, no more public comments. Council, any more council comments at the 7 o'clock hour?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make one comment, and that is, I think a lot of us have heard that through the situation at the post office that it may be an opportune time for us to open the conversation back up for a broader discussion about the service that we currently have in Frisco, and if the facility is serving us in the best way possible. So I don't think tonight we'll have that discussion, but I would like to put it out there for us to consider on a future agenda. And of course, I think there's a lot of data that would go along with that. And really, I don't know anything about how the post office decisions are made, management, how they reach a decision if we get home delivery or not. But I think that what we have seen in the last few weeks is, of course, it was exacerbated due to COVID, but perhaps the system is broken at a broader level. So I'd love for us to consider that discussion at a work session at some point in the near future while it's fresh in everybody's mind. And that was a request that several residents have made to me. So I want to relay that. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Melissa. Thank you. And Jesse and I and Nancy will talk about that in future agenda planning sessions to see where we can make that conversation happen. With that, I will move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move the approval of the consent agenda.
Moved by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Held. Call the question, please.
Unmute myself. Mortensen.
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Fallon.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Inkin.
Yes.
Sherburne.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The consent agenda has been approved. Moving on to new business. Agenda item number 1. This was a liquor license for Prost Distillery, and at the request of the applicant, we are tabling agenda item number 1 this evening to a future date. So that will bring us to agenda item number 2, which is the police department remodel project and request to fund 90% bid documents. I'll open up the public hearing now, turn it over to staff, and I believe Jeff looks like he's trying to jump in here. Jeff, the floor is yours if you have.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you, Jeff. Welcome. Good evening.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Briefly before you tonight is a request from staff to return $60,000 back into the capital improvement budget to do a 90% design of the police department remodel. You may recall back in early 2020, I'd like to say 2020 BC, before COVID, we did some design work, very preliminary design work on what we want the police department to look like. And we had Tom Connolly working with Chief Wickman on that. As we went forward, we came up with those concepts and went out to basically a contractor to see what their opinion of cost is. That opinion came in much higher than we had thought. So then at that time, council was discussing budget reductions, and this project was taken off the slate. Further discussions more recently with leadership, we determined that it'd be a good idea to move forward with continuing to design this project and get to 90% to go out to RFP and get actual firm costs from contractors, so that we'd have good numbers when you guys go back and revisit the budget in the spring and possibly move this project forward. You know, if you guys decide in the spring to not move forward, at the very least, we will have a project ready to go on the shelf when time and funding allows. So we do have Chief Wickman on here, and we also have Tom Connolly. They can answer any questions you may have, but before you tonight is just simply a request to place $60,000 and to allow us to enter into a contract with TC and his group to go ahead and get this thing 90% designed. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions at this time for Jeff? Seeing no council questions, I'll open it up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comments on this agenda item? You can raise your hand in the participant list, unmute yourself if you would like. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment and back to council discussion and a motion as well. Andy Held, please go ahead.
Yeah, for the first time ever, I saw the police station on Thanksgiving, and I am in full support of
What'd you do?
a full remodel. Thank you.
It kind of almost begs the question why you saw the police station on Thanksgiving, but we won't go there, Andy. It's true. It does need a remodel. Sorry you didn't get the tour with all of us earlier in the year. And I agree, it's time to have these drawings ready. Any other council discussion or perhaps a motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, no motion is needed on this. It is a contract for under the $100,000 limit for resolution. I just need a basic consensus from council to go ahead and move forward and refund that $60,000 back into the capital improvement budget.
Mayor and Council, I hate to disagree with the staff, but I would prefer a motion. Sorry, Jeff.
Okay, sorry, Jeff. I like the streamlined approach, but we'll go for a motion to make it.
$60,000 out of the budget. Yeah,
My apologies. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Nope, you're good.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approve agenda item, I've lost track, everybody, number 3.
2.
And move forward with our contract or our design and drawing plans for the police department remodel.
And you might, would the council member Incan consider amending his motion to include reallocating $60,000 into the capital budget?
Thank you. And in addition to that, reallocating $60,000 into the capital budget.
I think it's been moved by Councilmember Incan. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Aronson. Can you call the question, please?
Certainly. Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Fallon.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Sherburne.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, council. We'll get to work.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, TC. Thanks, Chief. Because I've been anticipating reading the next agenda item for the last few days now, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break so I can practice it one more time. So let's take 5 and we'll be back for agenda item number 3. So 5-minute break, everyone. Thank you.
Hunter, did you text me that with Thanksgiving?
No, I didn't text you anything.
Somebody texted me, what were you there for Thanksgiving for? And then it didn't show up on the phone. It was on my computer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's what Melissa did. I brought 6 meals from the Prime to the police station.
Wow, that's awesome for doing that. Thank you. It's pretty remarkable when you see behind the works in there and what they're doing. So
Isn't that the truth? I was surprised. I was like, oh man, you guys really do need a remodel.
That was really nice of you, Andy.
I wasn't necessarily looking for kudos or nothing, but
No, but it was nice.
there was a reason to be in there.
We had Thanksgiving dinner from Prime too. It was good.
Yeah, so did we. It was awesome. Huh?
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Waiting for Andy Aronson to get his camera back on, and we'll. That's because of that, I'm using the mug that the chief gave me tonight to get me through this. So it's not coffee, but so it goes sometimes. He'd probably be let down by hearing that. All right, I see all council members are back, so we'll move on to agenda item number 3. This is first reading of ordinance 20-23, an ordinance amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending subsection 180-2.5.2b.1 concerning thresholds for site plan review type, and subsection 180-5.1.5 concerning table of allowed uses, and section 180-5.2 concerning specific standards, and subsection 180-5.2.3 concerning outdoor storage areas, and subsection 180-5.3.3 concerning solar energy facilities, section 180-6.4.1 concerning improvements agreement, and section 180-6.5 concerning land distributing activities, and section 180-6.6.2 concerning drainage plans, design standards, and section 180-6.6.4 concerning erosion and sediment control, and section 180-6.7 concerning water and quality, and subsection 180-6.11.2 concerning non-vehicular access requirements, subsection 180-6.13.1 concerning parking and loading requirements, applicability, subsection 180-6.13.3 concerning on-premise parking requirements, subsection 180-6.13.4 concerning bicycle parking, subsection 180-6.13.7 concerning snow storage areas, subsection 180-6.14.2 concerning landscape and revegetation requirements, and subsection 180-6.14.5.e concerning revegetation of disturbed land, and section 180-6.17 concerning refuse management, and subsection 180-9.3 concerning general definitions. I will now open the public hearing, turn it over to staff, and Susan, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Mortensen, and good evening, Town Council. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that you guys can see hopefully what I'm seeing. Yeah?
Yep, looks great.
Thank you. All right. So the item before you this evening is ordinance 20-23 that Hunter kindly read out for us in detail. We're just referring to this as the Sustainable Land Use Code. So these are the 4 categories that we've discussed with you at previous work sessions. These topic areas and the initial changes were developed through work sessions with HC3, with planners from around the county. Some of the recommendations came from the Northwest COG Water Quality and Quantity Committee, and some were made as recommendations from SoulSmart. Just a reminder here, these code updates are being proposed in order to support Town Council's strategic plan goals related to implementing the Climate Action Plan, the Water Efficiency Plan, obtaining SoulSmart Silver designation, as well as the community plan goals related to sustainable environment. So we're hoping that these land use code changes will bring another layer of sustainability to our code, as well as bring better cohesion between the sustainable building code update that you guys adopted in April. This is just a recap of where we've been. We initially brought this before you in June at a work session. You guys directed us to reach out to the development community, which we did. We brought their feedback to you in September, as well as more better refined recommendations on the changes. From that meeting, you guys directed us to reach out with a public hearing and a planning commission for a recommendation on those proposed code text amendments, which we did. That brings us to where we are today, first reading. All right, so I'm going to trade off, I guess. I'm going to tackle transportation and water quality, and then I'm going to pass the hat or the torch to Gilly. She's going to talk about solar readiness and waste diversion. I did have one question. I realize you guys have seen this a few times now. Would it be better for me to pause and take questions from council at the end of each topic, or would you like us to just press through?
Let's do it for each topic, Susan, because there's so many of them. Yep.
Yeah, it is a lot. There are a lot of different items. And although there's only 4 categories, you can tell by the list of code revisions and different parts of the code that are being affected that, you know, one little change can have an impact on obviously a lot of different parts of the land use code. So this first topic is just generally transportation. We're going to talk about EV parking. We're also going to talk about bike and pedestrian connections. So for the EV parking requirements, we're just proposing to reference the new sustainable building code to make sure developers are aware that this is a requirement during the planning stages. We're planning also to incentivize the creation of additional EV installed spaces. This will be a one-to-one reduction of space requirements. The feedback that we got from the development community was that this would be a good way to increase EV infrastructure. The incentive is available to non-residential uses only, and it would be capped at the 10%. There's some discussion in the staff report about planning commission. They had a lot of questions about where those spaces would be located. Per the building code, one of those spaces does have to be handicap ADA accessible. We didn't put any more requirements about location into the land use code, into this ordinance. The thinking being that just based on the cost of installing the infrastructure, it's most likely that these spaces are going to need to be co-located within the parking. So they will be conveniently located, and one of them will be required to be ADA accessible. Second topic under transportation is the bicycle and pedestrian connections, as well as bicycle parking and storage requirements. So currently, code language for the connections has been really broad and difficult to apply. So we've updated the references to the Frisco Trails Master Plan. We've clarified the requirement to install bike and pedestrian infrastructure per the Frisco Trails Master Plan, as well as the minimum street design and access criteria. I just wanted to note this isn't a replacement for developing complete streets plans for Granite and Galena, but it does provide us with a little bit more information that we can give to developers about what the actual requirements are for bike and ped connections throughout town. For bicycle parking, it's currently required for commercial and mixed use developments at 20% of the vehicular parking space requirements. So the proposed ordinance maintains this requirement for non-residential and created new multifamily residential requirements, which would be 1 per bedroom, with 50% of those spaces to be enclosed. I'm going to pause there as that's the end of the transportation section.
Great. Any questions regarding any of those? And you'll just have to speak up because I can't see you.
I can unshare.
No, that's all right. We can, okay. I think. All right. I think sounds like everybody's good with those. So. Okay, I'm going to press on then. Yep.
Next topic is water quality. These two items, Firewise and building code, are easy. Firewise building code, it was a really minor change just to reference the Firewise building code so that developers are aware of the requirements upfront in the planning stages. The Firewise building code does reference our municipal land use code, so there's better cohesion there. And then for the water budget, we talked about it a lot. You can see the chart that we talked about. We were directed not to pursue the water budget, new code language for the water budget at this time, as we're kind of waiting for some other components of our billing system and our management system to catch up. So we're hitting pause on that one for now. The next item would be geotech reports. We discussed this previously. We discussed it with developers. When we really dug a little bit deeper into the fact that geotech reports are required currently for developments with slopes of 30% or greater. It's kind of, our town code considers any slope over 15% to be a steep slope. So if you have slopes on your property of over 15%, you kind of fall into these other requirements for steep slopes. And then we had split the requirement between 2 different types of slopes. So we felt like, based on the feedback we had gotten, this would bring better consistency, better cohesion to the land use plan. So we have gone ahead with this ordinance, writing in that geotech reports would be required on slopes over 15%. Grading permit requirements were also clarified. We've issued permits, but we didn't have a clear process or standards in the code. So now the language has provided standards. It's clear. It states that all disturbances of over 500 square feet or greater will require a grading permit. Security may be required. Updating the drainage standards. They've just been updated to clarify best practices and revegetation requirements. The erosion and sediment control standards have been updated to reference CDOT erosion control and stormwater management standards. And then the topsoil requirements, really that was an updated clarification and a relocating it so that all of the topsoil and revegetation requirements are within the landscape plan, or within the landscape and revegetation portion of the code. We also clarified that the topsoil requirement topsoil is required at a depth of 3 inches. This mirrors other jurisdictions, and developers were supportive of having that consistency throughout the region. And that brings us to water quality protection standards. So currently our wetland setback disturbance is allowed in certain cases with a variance, but no mitigation plan is required and no variance process is given in the town code. Feedback that we got from the development community and from town council was that our regulations should be consistent with Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, as well as Army Corps regulations. So staff is recommending the following changes with this ordinance: to clarify the objective, when and where wetland disturbance is prohibited, establish the criteria or circumstances for allowing disturbance, establishing the requirements for cases where disturbance is allowed. There is now a process and a separate permit required. And then maintain the requirement that Section 404 and Army Corps regulations apply, as well as requiring mitigation of wetland areas at a rate of 1:1 to align with both the Army Corps and county regulations. So I'm going to pause there. Our next topic is waste diversion, and I'm going to hand it over to Gilly, but first, if you guys have any questions on any of the water quality topics.
Questions on any of that? All right, I think waste diversion and Gilly, you're up.
All right.
Sounds good, thank you. So the Town of Frisco Community Plan and our adopted climate action plan, we've set goals for increased waste diversion as well as wildlife protection. And we currently require closures for commercial and mixed use facilities, but not multifamily. And the proposed code language eliminates dumpster requirements from section 180-5.2.3 outdoor storage areas and consolidates the new requirements under 180-6.17 refuse management. The proposed language also requires a 4-sided enclosure with roof for all non-residential mixed use and multifamily developments of 5 units or more, regardless of garages attached to the units. The enclosures would be required to provide space for recyclable materials, including compost, in an amount equal to the space provided for trash. And this was something that Planning Commission had brought up to us. The feedback from developers was supportive of providing equal space. So that part hasn't changed, but the requirement, or I guess the trigger for these enclosures has been changed from multifamily without garages to any multifamily of 5 units or more. And developers that we spoke to were also supportive of wildlife-proof enclosures. So comments were that covered enclosures perform better in snow and can be made wildlife-proof more easily. And the proposed language for 180-6.17 refuse management specifies that the dumpster enclosure must be wildlife-proof. And that's all I have for waste diversion. Do you guys have any questions on that?
Any questions? Great, thanks, Gilly. Keep going.
Cool. All right, next for solar readiness. Again, this was, these recommendations were provided to us by SolSmart, as well as a local solar installer. And SolSmart Silver status is a Town Council 2020 strategic goal. And from the last Planning Commission meeting, there were no changes to these recommendations. So just to go over them again, based on the recommendations we received, we are creating a definition of large-scale solar to be facilities over 1/2 acre in size and allowing large-scale solar as a use by right in public facilities districts and as a conditional use in the Parks and Recreation District. We would like to use or establish standards to regulate height, setbacks, and screening requirements. And for solar as an accessory use, which would be smaller systems designed primarily to power the buildings on site, roof-mounted solar would be exempt from height requirements, except that it cannot extend more than 2 feet above the roof of a pitched roof and 8 feet for flat. And the height limit for ground-mounted solar increases from 5 feet to 20 feet. Ground-mounted would not be allowed in the front setback and must be 5 feet from all other property lines. And we would allow roof-mounted solar equipment to cover more than 50% of the building roof. We felt that it was self-regulating with height requirements, as well as the Summit Fire Department and their requirements, which typically require a percentage of the roof to be free from solar, and the fact that primarily only the south side of the roof is a cost-effective solar placement. In addition to that, we propose that ground-mounted solar would be exempt from lot coverage as it is permeable. So that is all I have for solar readiness. Does anybody have questions?
Nope, I think we're good.
Great.
Just to just to wrap it up, the Planning Commission recommendation in your staff report, they did recommend approval of the code text amendments with the modifications that you saw in your staff report, and staff is recommending approval of ordinance 20-23. Thanks, Hunter.
Great, thank you guys. I appreciate that and the work. At this time, then I will open it up to any further questions. Anybody, council? Now I'll open up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on the proposed changes? I think since it looks like we're all us or town staff, I see no public comment. Close public comment and back to council discussion or a motion if there's no discussion. I think they're great changes. I'm in full support. Thank you guys for the work. I was surprised at the comments from the building community as well. I thought that was good to see.
Agreed. Thanks for all your hard work.
I'll say for all that was in that document, it was very understandable. Thank you.
I think we're all afraid to make the motion if we have to read the whole thing, but I'll make a motion that we
you don't have to read the whole thing, just the up to 2023.
Trust me, I don't plan to. I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 2023, amending the items as presented in the agenda.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Aronson. Is there a second?
It's second.
Seconded by Councilmember Sherburne. Can you call the question, please?
I believe it was Burley that seconded, or was
We both did. Sherburne can take it.
It was.
okay.
It was a
All
race.
right. All right. Burley,
Yes.
Fallon,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Inken.
Yes.
Thank you. Sherburne,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 4. This is first reading of ordinance 20-24. An ordinance approving a lease agreement with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC for the use of a portion of that certain real property known as 102 School Road, also known as the Public Works Shop, for installation and maintenance of a cellular telecommunications facility. I'll open up the public hearing, turn it over to staff. And Vanessa, are you, or is Nancy who's taking this one?
I'm here, Vanessa. Mayor,
Okay. Vanessa, thank you. Welcome. Sorry.
Thank you, not a worry. Let's just call this what it is. It's the improvement of cellular service by AT&T in Frisco. I think we can get a cheer for that. So this was a discussion brought forward during the October 13th Town Council work session. Again, AT&T, I think you can rightfully say, really hustled to design this and make it happen. They've since changed the design just a little bit. Rather than doing 2 6-foot panels, which would have been 12 foot tall in total, they are now going to do they're going to do something very similar to what they're doing at the fire station, which is 2 wall-mounted antennas at Public Works. The diagram was included in the council packet. Beyond that, council said they were certainly supportive of making sure that we got the antennas up as soon as possible, making this process as fast and streamlined as possible. A huge thank you to Bill Gibson and Thad Renault for helping make that happen with this contract. The first 6 months, as per council's direction, would be free of cost, and thereafter it would be $900 a month. With the ability for the first 5 years, with the ability to renew twice after that, with a 10% increase for each 5-year period. I believe that is it, beyond, I think, some of the things that were discussed around maintenance. So the way that the lease is written, AT&T is responsible for maintenance, also for their internet connection, And they would also be responsible for any electricity that would be required. And staff recommends that we approve, that council approve this lease so that AT&T can start doing the work that they need to do. And with that, thank you very much, council.
Any specific questions for Vanessa?
Vanessa, do you have any sense of the timeline or when they'll be live?
I do not. I don't know if Bill Gibson could speak to that more. Undoubtedly not, because it really depends on AT&T's ability to move on this after that. Just to give you an idea, they had a signed agreement with the fire department when I was in front of you on October 13th, and they still are working on installing those two. And I believe they have the permit and they're fairly close to starting that work, but haven't done it quite yet. It's a fairly Herculean effort to get this done in such a large company.
Other questions? I'll open up for public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, back to council discussion and perhaps a motion. And Vanessa, thank you. And I will, Melissa, to your question, I do have a contact with AT&T as their government liaison. Maybe I'll just call him and just see if he has any ideas. And maybe that will help remind him that we are still paying attention and care that these go in as soon as possible, knowing the great work that has already taken place to get to where we are. But
Mayor Mortensen, thank you so much for that. And just so you know, yesterday they followed up with me from AT&T to find out where we were at with this process. And I'm sorry I neglected to mention that. They're absolutely very much so on top of this process and want it to happen. And if you do your thing, I will do my thing and ask them as well when they might get this thing installed once they have the lease in their hands.
Great, I appreciate that. Hello, Bill, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I did just want to add that we did expedite the permit for the fire station. And then our plan is we are already reviewing the building permit application for Public Works, and we will issue that on essentially Wednesday morning after your council meeting if you pass this on second reading.
Great. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for expediting both of those. That perhaps a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve, like Rick, I'm lost. Approve on first reading ordinance 2024, an ordinance approving the lease agreement with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC.
Moved by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Held. Call the question, please.
Fallon,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Inkin,
Yes.
thank you. Sherburne,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it. And Bill and Jeff and everyone else.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business agenda item number 5. This is our ongoing general discussion and action around the COVID-19 response. I'll open up the meeting and turn over to Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I thought tonight we'd talk about a couple of items under COVID, excuse me. One, I want to bring up the fact that some government bills the governor has signed that can provide some business assistance. I've also provided council some sales tax data in case there's any discussion you want to have about businesses, current situation. And 3, just a little brief update in terms of some other random issues related to COVID. So first, the governor, as everyone knows, has signed a bunch of bills this week under special session. Some of them were outside the special session as well. Those bills can provide some assistance to businesses. And We took some initiative to reach out to the county to get a working group going. The county was thinking about that as well, because one of the bills sends a portion of $37 million to Summit County to assist businesses. It is the county's estimation that they will receive approximately $300,000 out of the 37 million. It's based on population. And the money is going directly to restaurants and bars. And that money is based on annual revenue, has to be less than $2.5 million a year. The business has to have seen a 20% decline since March. And there is a sliding scale about how much you can receive, up to about $7,000 at the very far end of the scale. Based on area managers' preliminary guesstimate of how many businesses might be qualifying, we think about 20 or so of our Frisco restaurants would qualify. And the overall amount that they'd be receiving is far less than 7,000. It's somewhere around 2,000, but basically you can do the math. If the county's getting 300,000, we're going to divide it equally among, based on the sliding scale rather, among the restaurants that qualify. It's essentially going to go to the county, and then we're going to help administer it in each town, and then the county will take care of unincorporated. So we can get that out quickly because we've done it before, and we've already done a lot of data on who is likely to qualify. Secondly, the governor also signed a bill that allows restaurants, bars, and gyms to keep the state sales tax for 4 months, November, December, January, February. They do not have to remit those funds, which are due right now. They're due on the 10th, I believe. So businesses will be able to retain those. Caution on that the bill doesn't make it clear whether it's a loan or a grant per se. It's intending to be a grant, but that hasn't been clarified. I think you'll see some clarification of that come out. It's intending to be a grant. It says they can keep the funding, the sales tax. The other bills that are out are utility payment assistance. There's some individual child care assistance. There's a lot of bills out there, a lot of various funding. It's not a tremendous amount of money. It sounds like it when you look at the total package, but when you divide it among the entire state population and businesses and owners, it doesn't come necessarily out to a lot per individual. In addition, we checked with FERC locally to see how much money they have still available, Frisco's funds that the town council provided for residential assistance, and they still have about 70,000 left. Last time we had a detailed ask from them. They are currently saying they're getting a lot more requests though, and Vanessa may have additional information. I saw some emails going around late today that she was looking for some additional information. So Vanessa, if you've got that from Brianna, jump in if she was able to answer you. Looks like you're unmuting.
During the EOC call today, Emergency Operations Center call, FERC reported that they had 500 people ask for assistance last week for residential rental assistance across the county. They moved to an online system, which has certainly helped a lot and is helping them process payments a lot faster. At this point, Brianne, the executive director of FERC, has said that she feels like she has enough funding, $200,000 from the county through the CARES Act, and the funding that the town of Frisco still had left over, as well as funding from other towns to get FERC through the end of the year, and that any additional asks would not come until January. And as town staff, will just stay in touch with her and find out where that staff is at in terms of funding. There had been some discussions about funding for food assistance, but Brianne felt that she has enough funding from federal and state programs at this point to do fine with any funding for food pantries, and she'll let us know if that changes.
Thank you, Vanessa. Let me just clarify something I said about the governor's bill. So the bill that allows you to keep this, I'm sorry, the bills that allows you to keep this sales tax is restaurants, bars, and food trucks. Okay. The one that provides direct funding is restaurants, bars, and gyms. So let's get that straight. And we will.
Open it up. Okay.
Okay, what is going on?
Getting Zoom bombed.
I don't know. Yeah.
I thought they fixed that problem.
Yeah, okay.
You
So,
remember that little dive bar on Grand? You saved the bottle. Yes, and the ship is for friendship. Duh. Wow, Leslie, this is incredibly thoughtful. Well, you my friend, and that's what friends do. My turn. No, you should wait.
We are getting Zoom bombed.
I don't know how it's working.
Charger. Signing 9 of the 10 bills from Colorado's special session.
Okay. Are we good?
Not sure the best way to proceed with this.
I don't know. I don't see them on the participant list. I don't know what's
No,
happening.
I don't either.
Okay, so
Almost sounded like someone's had a video on their internet going, you know what I mean? But anyway.
oh, I don't know. I was reading the governor's bills, so it might have been from that. Is that what you're saying? Oh.
One of those videos that plays
Some
behind.
autoplay video on their browser page or something. I don't know.
That was okay. Maybe that was it. It was really spooky. Okay. Anyway, so we have state assistance coming. We have local FERC assistance coming, still available. And I recently sent you a lot of sales tax data indicating that overall our year-to-date data for restaurants shows that they're down about 10% for the year, our local restaurant, and 6% for the year, 10% from March to the end of October. And our hotels and inns are down about 46% from March and about 33% overall. So we have a variety of things going on. I will tell you that we've had our regular business assistance calls, and the businesses are concerned, very worried, particularly restaurants, particularly in fact, they're most worried about the fact that why are some allowed to stay open and some have to close all the way. We are getting a lot of positive feedback about the parklets, and they're being used on good weather days. We've also encouraged and put out information, thank you to Vanessa and her team, to put out information to the restaurants that there is a granting program available through the Colorado Restaurant Foundation, allowing up to $10,000 per restaurant to apply for grants for things like winterized dining, heaters, and so on. There's a variety of different types of assistance going on. Restaurants are worried. I think they certainly need a lot of help and they need a lot of hope right now. We're trying to give them both, but we also know that there is some movement at the federal level to see stimulus funding come through. When I say some movement, you all know the political environment right now is very difficult. And so I don't know that we'll see some assistance come through. Otherwise, I think everyone is trying to hold it together and get through the year and see our numbers come down. Some really positive trends we see in that way. We've seen it on the case data. The trend is coming down. We expected it to be more of a jump right now, but our county numbers coming down the last few days. So that's a good sign. Hopefully we won't see the jump that others are seeing. So in general, that's where we are. I don't know how council wants to take that conversation. I've given you a lot of information and food for thought, so I'm happy to take any other direction or anything else you want to talk about.
Anybody have specific questions, or Rick, go ahead.
Not so much a question, so much as I think a bunch of us spoke over the last several days, and to Nancy's point into all of the aid that's coming out, I think that us as a group just should, between now and the end of the year, early in January, just look to staff to get out in the community as safe as we can, and just get some feedback and see what folks need. I don't know that we I'll say for myself, I've not heard specifically what the ask is from what particular business type. So I'm in a wait and see as far as what the town's efforts may look like in the future. I am very curious to see what will come of the state funding, and then hopefully that'll be followed very closely with some federal funding. So I just wanted to put that out there as a group. If everyone's open to be nimble to maybe if we have to call a special meeting to get something done.
Thanks, Rick. Dan.
I would like to.
Sorry, Melissa and then Dan.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Go ahead, Melissa.
No, let's go ahead. That's fine.
All right. So, this one, it hit home. It hits home for a lot of people close to us, our neighbors, our friends, and so I think a lot of us feel the responsibility to do something, right? Help out in any way that we can. And thank you, Nancy, for that summary on the restaurants. I am, certainly not in that business. I look to people like Dan for guidance as to, how can we support in ways without reinventing or micromanaging funds, for example. I think, one idea that we talked about, a few of us over the weekend, was, having direct assistance for things that, are just right out of their pocket that could maybe not only provide a COVID solution, but also a long-term solution like patio wraps or like tents that, they could use well beyond COVID. It sounds like there are funds out there, and I don't know what those are. In order for us to spend the money on that, I would be more than open-minded to us providing some level of support for that. I just don't know enough about it, and I don't want to do something that somebody else is doing. I'm also really concerned about the businesses that don't fall into those categories that we're at risk of losing. And so some of the personal services, the dance studios, the gyms, things like that. And I did have some people reach out to me with some ideas, rental assistance, marketing dollars, utility assistance, what we did over the summer with the sanitation assistance. And so I think we should really brainstorm even the small ways that we can pitch in to help support those local businesses to get them through the winter. I did hear on a positive note, from some retailers that they're loving the cards. Those are working really well, and that they're doing surprisingly well. So that was really, really good to hear. I think there's some stores on our main street with some really loyal customers, and that is really helping them out right now. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. I'm very open-minded to do something. I'm not sure what that is. I think being creative and small bits may make a difference. So thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. Thanks, Melissa.
Yeah, to follow up on that, I think, as you look at some of the programs that are out there, we need to be clear about the potential that they actually represent. And the Colorado Restaurant Foundation one is one in particular that I would not want to overstate the degree to which businesses can take advantage of that. I think the town, Nancy has indicated that, Gilly and some of the staff are available to help write some of those grants, but that is a competitive process where creativity on the product, on the deliverable, or how you're going to utilize that money is one of the driving criteria. In the first round, they awarded money to about 189 restaurants. And to be clear, across the state, there's over 11,000 dining establishments. So less than 1% of all establishments received funding in that first round. Now, it's not clear how many restaurants received funding out of those which applied. I didn't see that data. But the point is that even if you apply, there's no guarantee you're going to know how that's, even though the funding will come through fairly quickly, it's pretty obvious if you are awarded the grant. So, but to go to, what I've been hearing from a lot of restaurants, there's not a restaurant who hasn't spent money to try and transition to this new economic paradigm. Now, it's a little bit different than it was in the spring when there was no short-term lodging available and the ski resorts were closed. One thing that's a constant right now that I hope we can count on is lodging and the ski resorts delivering an abundance of traffic, which is there for businesses to exploit. And some restaurants are being more creative than others, but all of them have incurred upfront costs in the transition, whether it's bringing on staff for delivery, whether it's bringing in more packaging for takeout and delivery. Many have spent money on their POS platforms to facilitate online ordering and delivery. So we can certainly be of assistance in making money available, at least from a restaurant perspective, to helping those businesses that are trying to transition to whatever model allows them to exploit the traffic that's out there. And for many, it's a new business model, with which many are not familiar. And the move has been somewhat slow and laborious, and therefore even more expensive. So in that sense, I would certainly advocate something that would help restaurants now. And Melissa pointed out that certainly there's other businesses that really have not benefited from necessarily some of the success others have, some of the retail environment has enjoyed. So personal services again, and lodging and some recreation businesses, we've seen these sectors have been down, and we want to make sure that they also get assistance, however it is, in transitioning right now, or at least being ready if they can keep that extra employee around for another month or 6 weeks, so that when occupancy opens back up, and I remain optimistic that it will, that they have staff in place ready to handle the surge, because when it comes, it's going to come. And keeping staff around and available is going to be really important, just as important as some of the infrastructure they're trying to develop and some of the new business modalities that they're trying to evolve. So I would support getting something moving now, much along the lines of what we did back in the spring. I don't want to identify for any business their unique approach and how they're trying to fund it. It could be infrastructure, it could be staffing, it could be some other things that are more fluid. But I think getting some money out there right now is important. The other thing to realize, and I don't have an answer for this, is what I'm seeing is a lot more owners and a lot more managers working, and a lot of employees that I used to get used to seeing on my routes aren't there anymore. So businesses are going to manage, I think, better, and they're not going to be whole by any stretch, but many or more have a better chance of making it, qualify that how you will, through this. And it's more the employees who, I think there's many more employees who are going to be suffering. And unemployment benefits were extended. Many are going to be maxed out. It's not clear when that help's going to be on the horizon. If there's a way we can support, besides the rent program, if there's something we can do to help employees locally, that's going to have some really far-reaching effects and benefits. And again, I just want to put it out there. I'm not sure, what money is meaningful. The state, the $375 they offered to people who were on unemployment, it is what it is. Certainly not a lot of money. If we were to put something out there for people who are on unemployment to help them, that I think will really go a long way. So again, our resources, of course, are limited as well. But so two things there. One, certainly advocate for really starting to roll out a business assist program now, and then having a conversation about, is there a way for us to help support more broadly local programs that are helping people who just are running out of resources, employee-wise.
So go ahead, Andy.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, along that note, if we're looking at these businesses are 6% down, in many cases, their margins are way up. I think it's kind of what Dan's alluding to. The example of that is Vinny's or the Prime, with being closed on the inside. They are operating with 4 people to manage the entire business every single night. They normally have 20 or something like that in a night. And, so if Vinny can stay afloat, then that's great. If, the log cabin can stay afloat, if everybody else down Main Street, but there is a huge segment of these employees, of these good employees who've been there for a long time, who just got let go because they just can't, they can't maintain that, and they can't maintain those people. And so now those people are out scrounging around for whatever they can get and whatever they can do. So I would definitely be in support of something for, that lower tier of employee, rather than the top level of the business, especially if most businesses are running at 6% down, because that's not so bad. And, again, some businesses like dance studios and whatnot, it's just completely unfair, and there's inequity going on that way. But yeah, I would support something focused at employees. I think supporting funding for restaurants right now may be a little early, because I think we're going to have to do that. But I also think as long as lodging stays open, even if the ski resort's closed, if lodging stays open, the people are going to be here, and they're going to keep coming, and they're going to keep buying, and they're going to keep eating. And so that would sustain those businesses. That doesn't sustain gyms and 10 Mile Room and others like that, and some of the restaurants. So, I think if we put something out there where it's juried, right? You gotta tell your sob story, and if we want to provide heat or whatever outside for a particular business, then maybe we do that. But I'm not sure how that would lay out. But we have money. We got money back from what we gave out, so we have new grant money sitting there. It's basically money that we already wrote off. So we might as well keep that money available for the people. Thank you.
Go ahead, Rick. And then Nancy.
And just so I'm framing the conversation up, gang, is yeah, we do have that money, and I want it to be available. And I don't know that the smallest pockets should be the first ones in line to have funds go out the door. I think we could play a different role and be a little bit more of a safety net that's more locally minded after we see what's coming out of the $100 million the state just released to the governor, in addition to the $35 million that just got put into rental assistance programs, that I don't know how those funding is to be distributed. Perhaps that we could use our money once we see how that unfolds to be, to Andy's point, a little more pinpointed. Maybe we're looking at those out of work workers. I don't know what an unemployment package is going to look like. I know this, I think we all know this. The town of Frisco cannot sustain an unemployment program for folks that work in our town. I want to help, but I want to be as strategic as possible. And I don't have the answers, as I've said earlier. But that's where I'm coming from. I want to do something, but I want to make sure the timing is right and we have a focused approach.
Nancy, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor and Council. I just want to remind you that we had a lot of this discussion back in, I don't know what month it was, early on. And I just want to remind you that as a municipal government, we're not set up for individual type assistance. And we ended up providing grant money to FERC because they have a system. We have no system to judge unemployment, meaning somebody could come and tell us a story. And Councilmember Held, the problem we go down a road there is, as a government agency, we have to make sure everything we do ensures there's no discrimination. So a person's story isn't a reason to grant or not grant funding, the criteria you use. And we spent a lot of time talking about this early on, that our criteria as a government agency must be very clear and equally distributed and easily and objectively assessed. So it's not subjective story assessment, it's rather objective criteria. Like, I'm just going to use this as an example. A business is down by X percentage between this day and that day. That's a number. It's totally objective. There's no story. If you apply a story to it, I'm closed, but not really closed, but this is why you start. And if you who were on council at the time, remember, we did start getting, even though we tried really, really hard to have really firm criteria, the story starts to create what is later accused of is discriminatory practices. So you want to be really, really careful. And we don't have a system of unemployment benefits. We could provide funding to a county agency, if that's what you wanted to do, something like that, because they have a system to assess all that.
Yeah, Dan, jump in.
Real quick. No, I absolutely agree. And I don't, there's no way we could put something together in meaningful in an amount of time with the resources we have, where we can start to identify some level of assistance for individual people. That's well outside of our scope. But there are more broader based programs I think we can look at when we really try and identify the things people are most concerned about. And we've addressed shelter. The next thing I think probably realistically might be food security. And I think there's a number of ways we can go around and address that. There's entities that we can look at and make sure that they're fully funded, and we can help them source things. Interesting program like the one they rolled out in Breck, I think, and maybe somebody can speak to this, but where there were some food cards made available either to restaurants or to places where we could help support. It'd be a little bit more difficult to roll out, but it was an interesting concept, and I thought it had some merit that could be explored. In terms of business assistance, I think something straightforward where there's a little bit of money available, and please just demonstrate the cost hard costs that you incurred to transition to the wintertime COVID economy. Is it heaters? Is it benches? Is it air filters? Is it extra packaging? Is it insurance for cars? I think the same could be extended to gyms. It's easy for businesses to demonstrate the level of harm, if you will, year over year. And Nancy, to your point, easy enough to do. P&Ls do that. Expense reports do that. So easy for a business to come in and demonstrate, yeah, I missed the last funding didn't get to me, or whatever reason, and to have money available for businesses to petition for that based on that simple set of demonstrable criteria that we can set up. It's not subjective. And I don't support anything that would be subjective, but objectively, I think any business that can demonstrate that level beyond a certain threshold, pick a number for the sake of argument, say 15% year over year. That's where we start the conversation. Show us what you spent and let us help you out with that couple $1,000s that you spent to get this or to get that, to get set up for the winter. If that saves a job, if that keeps somebody employed somehow, then great. Then we've done our job. So I think those are the two areas I think we can approach in the short term that are meaningful with the resources that we have.
So I love that, Dan. And, I think also the benefit of that is we can be really nimble. And, I think that collectively staff can generate a list of, potential expenses that this would apply to. I think they're more or less obvious, but they really vary between the gym versus the restaurant. I mean, they could be widely different. And I think that we should not get into the business of, deciding and subjectively. I think that let's allocate the money. Let's decide on an amount. For me, $5,000 grants seem like a good starting place, so that a lot of people can benefit from the program. So if they demonstrate that they have been harmed by this situation, and they demonstrate that they are spending the money in a way that prepares them for the COVID winter to get them through the winter and save their business, save an employee's job, I think we should mobilize and do it.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So, I think let's look at the strengths of what happened in the spring and what the town did. I think more beneficial from what I've heard from the business people, more beneficial than us giving the businesses money is we gave them advice and guidance to get more money from other places. So, I mean, is it great that we've got some money to throw around? Yes. But from a business perspective, I think that's our best asset. And Nancy and staff, I don't know, this is burden on you guys, but that was what most of the town is most appreciative of, how we stayed ahead of the grants that they could go after. But I also would love to be able to do something like that on an individual basis, meaning we're not going to be FERC, we're not going to be building Hope, we're not going to be the food bank, but all of those assets exist in our community. And if people need something, in all likelihood, we need to be able to guide them or help them go where they're going. Two caveats to both of that is I think we should be prioritizing who are we looking to help. From the business standpoint, I would feel remiss if we just wrote checks to businesses who weren't playing by the rules. There should be a check the box item that they are complying with county health requirements as far as what they're doing with social distancing and how they're operating their business. I don't know how that's going to work, but there are a couple of businesses in our town that don't deserve our money based on their actions through the last number of months. I also think that there are individuals who, if we want to go doing support, the ski bum who moved here in September, got a job, it didn't work out. Do we prioritize them, or do the person who comes in and says, I need money for childcare? So in here is a formula. Melissa, I support the idea of giving away. I don't think we're in a position right now to sort of just throw a process out there. I'd love to have.
I would propose just taking the first step in developing that program.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we're going to have to do something.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's start walking down that path. But I think that it can be a little more surgical than it was the first time, because we have more data and we have a better understanding of what the needs are. So that would be my direction to staff: is let's benefit from the knowledge we have based on what we did and didn't do in the spring.
So I think I agree with kind of all points, and I'm just trying to see how we move this forward. Does it sound like we know we're going to need to do something? We don't know exactly where or what or how yet. We should start formulating some criteria. And I think what Rick said kind of to kick us off was one of the best is we've got to start getting out there and know what the ask is from all of these various groups that we've talked to, so we can kind of get to where Melissa is. So we're ready to pull the trigger when we know the best criteria to move forward with that, knowing we have the kind of the money. We can put the money to use once we know where we're going. Are we looking at trying to figure out some of those criteria out tonight? Are we trying to figure out after the next business meeting and getting out there and do a little what we did in the spring and just trying to talk to as many people as we know and coming back with what helps? Where are you guys leaning, or what direction do you see this going, so we can kind of start getting staff some direction on how to put some framework to do something when we know what that might be? I think that's the only part. I think we're in agreement on a lot of getting money to the people who are going to need it, but how and at what time is where I think we're going to stumble over for a long time. And Dan, go ahead. I saw you want to jump in.
Well, I'm advocating keeping it simple. A lot of businesses who qualified in the spring are not going to qualify for reasons that Nancy stated and we're all aware of. A lot of businesses came back through the summer and actually ended up not just better than they ever assumed they would, but their numbers show that they're above last year's numbers year over year. Those businesses aren't going to qualify. Now, you don't want to get into a situation where you start to adjudicate, well, they did because they were more clever, they worked harder, they were fortunate because they were on the right side of the street, they had a sunny patio, these guys don't. At the end of the day, if our interest is in trying to support the businesses that are here who can reasonably demonstrate that they're in a position based on, the constraints under which they have to operate or based on a public health order, then all we can just say, look, what have you invested to do this transition? We got a couple grand, we can help pay for some of that. And that's all. In terms of, broader, social equity investment, it's probably not the right word, but the idea is just that we can look around and make sure that the resources who are here to help people are ready to help people, because the jobs aren't going to come back, right away, because the occupancies aren't going to come back at that rate. I don't think any of us reasonably believe that even if we get back to 25%, and maybe early in the season, it's going to take longer than that for a lot of these jobs to come back. And we want to hang on to some of our workforce. We've done a good job with lodging. And I think we need to be ready to fund that as the need arises. But it appears that we might be able to, again, focus more of our money on some other security issues that people might have, just to help the broadest amount of population we can who might have access to that. So, but the business side of it, I think, is pretty simple. And I think you'll find that less businesses apply for that help than you might imagine, because, but we want the criteria to be broad enough to support a wide range of businesses who can demonstrate that they're just not in a position based on their business right now to move past the current constraints in a reasonable amount of time. So, and that's just year-over-year numbers. And that we can start with that and start at what spends they've made in the last month or two to try and get themselves set up. And I think you'll find that the request will be reasonable and realistic, and that it's going to be a couple $1,000.
Mayor and Council, we did a business survey like 2 or 3 times to help develop the criteria last time around, and we came out with a fairly simple program, if you recall. Maybe to help with your conversation, we could certainly do a couple business surveys right now, be very specific and push getting some intel from them. Would buying for heaters, I don't want to feed their thinking and rather ask them as much as we can. So we could do some business surveys. We don't have another scheduled meeting till January 12th. So we could do all of the feedback and research between now and then, and bring back a program ready for your consideration with a resolution at that meeting with some ideas. Or are you thinking, is this something you want sooner? I'm really having a little bit trouble getting a consensus.
I would say, I'm sorry. Christmas season is going to be really a crystal ball item right now. I'm seeing it on the mountain. Hunter probably is too, that we don't know if we're going to be closed or overwhelmed with lodging here. So I don't see the currently, if we met before the Christmas season, the Christmas rush, I think we would be having a maybe sort of a lot of ifs in the conversation. Once we get to January, we're going to know how bad's it going to be, or is it going to be bad? So my thought, it's not a hard opinion, but my thought is stick with the schedule. And in January, we're going to have the data that we need to develop, to move forward with a program, or decide we don't have to. I'm not thinking that's going to be realistic, but that's
wait and see how Christmas weeks turn out.
Yeah, I think yeah, I do, because it's changing by the day. I'm shocked by the number of people who are coming, and if they come, they're going to have to eat, and they're going to, they're going to shop. It's not like March and April when we told people stay away. I think we're trying to tell people to stay away. They're just not listening at all.
Andy, Held, were you going to jump in there?
Thanks. Yeah. I agree. Christmas will be telling. I think, though, and subjective or objective, I think, yes, obviously we want to just be objective about it. Let's keep money in our back pocket to give to FERC after January, after they give everything out, so we can keep providing the little people with something. We don't have to create a whole new program. We don't have to do all that kind of stuff. Whatever's working, let's keep plugging it and let it keep working. And then, I think it was Dan's point of, it was Andrew's point of guiding them is key, because those people who aren't usually good about applying for whatnot and need direction. And, if we can give them direction of where they can go for what assistance, that would really help them. I think it's wholly important to this overall conversation, and we can't just only focus on the business owners. We have to focus on the business owners, but we can't only focus on the business owners. Thank you.
I agree, Andy. I mean, I think kind of hearing, I like the idea, Nancy, of again going back to the survey, because we did get good information in the spring, and we can move that forward starting right away, so we can see what, to Dan's point, what kind of investments were made to get people up and running for the winter, and gauge some of that need. And it sounds like Vanessa through the EOC calls, we know when FERC is going to need more assistance or when they're getting close to running out. And I think we have complete council support to continue helping FERC in the rental assistance or food assistance kind of through their food program whenever they might need that. I don't think anybody here would disagree with continuing to fund that. And then come January, I think we'll have that survey results. We'll have a good knowledge of who's put that investment in to stay open, who's suffering kind of in that non-restaurant, non-retail space that we can really jump in and then help out once we have kind of that numbers and what that ask is going to be, instead of putting the money together without knowing how much, we're either going to overcommit or undercommit, and I don't want to go there. And I think having the information will be key. Plus the holiday season, I think the participation rate will be a little less if we jump right in, because people are ramping up, and it's, as Andrew said, from what I'm seeing, we're busy and we're going to stay busy. Melissa, go ahead. I know you're trying to jump in.
So I definitely think that is a valid point, and we don't want to rush into this and allocate funds without really understanding what they're for. On the flip side, though, I do, our next meeting I think is January 12th, so that's more than a month away, and so I just want to be sure, from my standpoint, that if we take that month to really understand how we're going to put this small business support grant program together, or something like that, that we come to that meeting prepared to act, and it doesn't take another meeting and another meeting. Because I think that right now there are businesses that are just downright closed. I mean, they can't make money. Yes, people are here, but it's not the right kind of business. And so I don't want to forget about those folks. And the next month is going to be painful. So let's come to that meeting. I would propose that we come to that meeting. And we've always done really well with, staff formulating a proposal, options, and then crafting it from there. So I don't doubt that we can do that for something like this.
And I think we did do that this spring. I think you're right on that. We were quick to act as soon as we had the criteria and we could meet the needs. Are folks kind of good proceeding in that direction? Excuse me. Team.
We'll get a survey together and we'll get it out right away for residents, businesses, ask people what their needs are, what the situation is.
Nancy, I knew you were going to be right on it. I would question, is it the right time to ask the question? Meaning, let's get deeper into the holidays, because right now everybody's just concerned. Let's hold off from the business perspective until we really have a better sense of, how are you doing today? Not how do you hope you're going to be doing tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. We'd like to get ongoing data. So if you want us to hold, we certainly can do that. But
I would just, if we're basing our decision in January on information you get this week, I don't think that's good information. We need to wait till we see what really is going, when tourist season really shows up.
Well, the landscapes, may change. I think there's businesses who can tell you right now, what they've put out to try and get ready. And they're in the same boat. They don't know either. They've spent the money in the hopes that, they'll be able to lever that spend against, the business modality that they've been handed, which is takeout and delivery in this case, or if it's gyms, it's 10%, or it's, so again, the challenge for each sector is different. Some is quantified in, hard costs for infrastructure. Some is just empty space. You look at gyms and personal service salons, that's where they are right now. You know, and some of that is going to change only incrementally by January. You know, some restaurants are going to be in a great position, and because they've managed to build that, they're going to be great on January. Not great, but they're going to have some kind of stasis that they've established on January 12th. There's people who need help now. So, you know, is it possible to get something done in the next 2 weeks? I'd love to see it. But I probably, it can't be done. I think January 12th is a little bit too far out for a lot of the businesses whose challenges are now. So, you know, if the consensus is to try and assemble some more data, do some stuff, that's fine. I would see, I think we can establish some criteria to roll out a program sooner that will benefit a large number of businesses that are not positioned to do as well, or whose particular challenges because of the space that they occupy and the amount of stuff they can get out the door is different. So, you know, I'll probably be on the outside on this, but I would advocate for doing something sooner rather than later. But certainly everybody may benefit by the 12th, but for some people it's going to be, I think it's going to be later than they need.
I just don't want us to.
Jesse, were you trying to jump in?
I'm sorry.
So I know, I just know Jesse was trying to get a point in.
I've been really quiet on this conversation because everyone has really good points, but I tend to agree with Councilmember Aronson in that there's really, we've constantly been surprised by what has happened, and I don't want to rely on that, but there is there will be some telling over the holidays. But to Dan's point, there's businesses that need help now. And so I want to ask Nancy, I've heard rumor of a county-wide committee that's vetting the 5-star program. And so how quickly the 5-star program can get up and running may mean that some of these businesses, like a dance studio, for example, that is really, I mean, the personal services and the like the dance studios and the gyms are really unequitably hit by this public health order. And so a business that can prove that they're doing a good job under the 5-star program might be able to open up earlier than the public health order would typically allow. So where are we with the 5-star program, and what's happening there?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Burley. This county has put together a working group, and I've asked Don Reimer to jump in and be our representative, although he sort of pivoted and maybe tossed it to Vanessa. I saw that going on today. Yeah, I'm sorry, Vanessa, you're going to get a call. And so, but he's also participating in the other working group that's putting together the program for distributing the grant funding coming through the state. So we're working on both at the same time, because there's immediate funding coming right now by keeping your sales tax right now, keeping all your sales tax that you collected in November, keeping that, and that grant assistance. And so Dawn's working with the working group on that. The 5-star program, for those of you who don't know, you know, it's there's been a lot of pressure at the state to grant exceptions to businesses that are doing the right thing and making extra effort to keep people safe. Every county wants that. The fact is, unless we get our numbers down, the state is not going to grant the 5-star program. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have the working group. We're going to develop the program. We're just going to model it off one that exists already. And we're going to be ready to go if the numbers come down. And then, yes, it will basically allow exceptions to the current health code, health order, 25% restaurants, gyms, dance studios, everything you're talking about. We can't think that it's going to happen until we get the numbers down. They just won't allow that. So the state has made it very clear, even today, even again, it's not going to be allowed unless these numbers come down. So
when you say numbers down, though, if we bring the numbers down far enough, we enter a different phase. So why do we need a 5-star program?
Right, exactly.
What is that threshold that they're looking at?
14 days consistent decline.
Okay.
14 days consistent decline is not going to automatically push us back into orange.
Right.
You know, just click on the 14 days. So on the 18th of December, the state is going to assess where we are. And that date is a hard date that the state chose to assess where each county is and see if they can move colors, so to speak. We're trending that way, but we may not get there. So what the 5-star program is allows you to be close, but not all the way. Then they're going to go ahead and let a lot of the businesses open up, even though your numbers, because there may be all these variances to your numbers. It could be that there was a spike in a case that throws your number off. So the state wants to allow that variance for the 5-star program, but you at least have to be trending down. To get to a whole new color, you have to stay down.
Right. Okay, so the only reason I brought it up, and it wasn't to try and complicate things, but if there was another option in the near future, but it sounds like no is the answer.
I'm saying I try to give a lot of hope to people always. So I don't like to say this, but I don't think it's realistic to pin all your expectations, is what we're saying to businesses, on the 5-star. What we really need to do is to see those numbers come down. And we're trending that way, but we really want to see those numbers come down. I'm kind of picking up from Vanessa that she might want to jump in on some stuff from the EO meeting today. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. It's a dog intuition I picked up.
Yeah, they good job. It came up today. The Copper Business Association, Peter Siegel brought up whether or not the county would entertain a 5-star program. And Amy Wineland provided some commentary, and I would agree with Nancy. They are hesitant because, I mean, I just looked at our numbers again. I do every single day, and they're hesitant because our numbers are not looking that good, and to put people into risky situations, even if they've done wonderful things to make their business better, doesn't feel good to public health. So I think being ready for it is excellent and a great idea, but I agree pinning our hopes on it is not an excellent idea. I guess my thoughts around this whole conversation have been, is there a way to get something going faster for the businesses that are impacted by occupancy? Because I'm just trying to find a way for this not to be subjective. Could it be businesses apply for assistance in the next, whatever we can figure out in the next 2 weeks, if you are required to have occupancy of 25% or less? And that starts indoor occupancy of 25% or less. And that came up a little bit during that EOC call too, those businesses that are hit particularly hard because of that. Just some thoughts that I was having around how we could possibly parse out that assistance to the people who need it most right now. Just a thought.
I think that's brilliant, Vanessa. And I think it gets at my concern is for a lot of the businesses, I don't disagree with some of the points. Let's wait till after Christmas. But we are hearing very vocally from other business owners that are being impacted by the occupancy that they're struggling right now. And so waiting, it's not going to change for them. So I think it's a little bit, I don't want to turn our back on them just to wait for the data for the restaurant, Freudian slip, for the businesses that are set up well for the holidays that could do well. So I think, it sounds like perhaps the majority wants to wait I could go either way. I could be in favor of a special meeting. I'm okay with waiting, but if we're going to wait, let's start collecting some data. Let's start talking to people. Let's start framing that up so that we can, in early January, get something moving.
I do want to also.
I think, Melissa, that's a great, I think, let's get the data. And maybe one of the simple questions can be, are you at risk of going out of business in the next 3 or 4 weeks? Or how bad is it? Because I haven't heard from those folks. So that's I think good for me to know that they are reaching out to you and others, because I haven't heard that. And I would like to, and if we get data back with a simple question of how bad is it for some of you, then we do call a special meeting and we can act, because I think across the board, we all want to make sure we can take care of businesses that we can keep in business in any way we can. And as we collect more data on the 12th, if we haven't had a special meeting, we can really put a lot more money to use. And if we need to, we can have a conversation about immediate necessary assistance in a special meeting that is targeted and focused to save those businesses. Because it's good for me to hear you say it, because I haven't heard anybody say that they're in true dire straits. And so that's good to know. Go ahead, Nancy.
Well, can I just clarify? I have not heard, I don't want to misrepresent. I have not heard from people saying I'm going out of business in the next 3 weeks. I have not heard that. I've heard from people.
That's a relief.
Very concerned about the viability of their business and that the health orders don't allow them to do business. And I think with the 5-star stuff, that could be good. But at the same time, do we want some of these businesses open? It's very contradictory. So, it's a catch-22, and we've got to help in any way that we can to keep all of them viable.
Nancy, go ahead.
Mayor Council, just want to remind you, we do still have our regular business meeting. Our next one is on the 16th of December, and then the 18th of December, and we have, we keep them very informed. And on the 18th, as the state will be making a decision, but we'll be hearing about every single day as we get closer to that date, whether we're moving in the right direction, trending at all. And so, and you always have the availability to call a special meeting. I think collecting data is always a good thing. I gave you hard data, and that is your sales tax numbers, just tell you the facts of what they're reporting in terms of sales. A business very often can feel very nervous and fearful and worried on any given day. They open the door, there's nobody in there, they're worried. When you look at the hard numbers of what it's been for a whole year or 8 or 9 months, which doesn't share costs or any direct impacts, obviously, that overall gross sales, it helps them to reflect themselves as a business owner. Oh, I'm only down 10% or 20%. Like, for example, in the restaurant number, down 10% from March, 6% overall. That means, and I've looked at every restaurant, and thank you, Bonnie and team, for giving me all that information. There are many businesses, restaurants that are up 20, 25% more. So they're not the same. There is no one figure that's the same. There are individual circumstances, and we can look at data, and you can use it or not use it. And what we did in the spring, if you remember, we were getting survey updates every 3 or 4 days because it was changing so fast. No, this is what I need. This is what I need. We can certainly do it now. I will say that I think collecting data before Christmas week is a little bit easier than Christmas week and the week after Christmas, New Year's week. Those 2 weeks, businesses aren't usually taking surveys or talking to people. So we'll update the information if we get it now, but we can also get it again after January. And I think businesses will feel a little more hopeful if between now and before Christmas week, they can open back up a little bit if the trending is there or the 5-star program gets adopted. So if you want a special meeting, you can always do that,
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in that I have personally heard that 0% occupancy puts me out of business. 25% pays my rent. 0% doesn't work. So there are many people in that situation at this point. So that's it.
Good.
I'm sorry.
Let's make sure we hear from them.
What I'm hearing is 25%. I can do this. If not, then I don't know what I'm going to do. And again, it's not just the business. These people feel responsible for their employees, and they're feeling the pain that their employees are feeling, and they feel responsible for it, and they want to do everything they can, and in many cases have overextended themselves on behalf of their employees. So I would say, if in my world, if those numbers, if we don't know by the 21st that we get our holidays back, we've got to be ready to dispense some money the 21st, which is a Monday. So it would be a special meeting. But if we get 25% back, that's a game changer across the board. So to me, that's the first benchmark. And if we lose the holidays, then it becomes an existential threat to a lot of businesses.
So I think I'm hearing support. Let's start collecting data. Let's get a baseline. Let's see where people are. And if need be, we are ready and have the support of the group to call a special meeting, take care of the folks who need it, and then come the 12th of January, we can follow up on a broader spectrum kind of reimbursement for expenses incurred, make sure the FERC has the employee and the kind of human side of this covered with the folks who aren't businesses. And we'll continue to be nimble, because I think the support is there across the board. How and when is what we need to figure out, and let's get the data. And if I think Dan's point, if it doesn't go to 25% and we need to call that special meeting to bail some folks out, we're ready and we can do that. So does that sound good for folks? Good, great, I appreciate that. And Nancy will just keep us completely in the loop, and Vanessa, if we're hearing what they're hearing, I think that will be key. So anything else in the COVID discussion, because we also still have executive session after this. I think at some point too, we might want to, and maybe on that January 12th, depending on where we are, look at some more enforcement options, because I think some of our enforcement strategies are not benefiting us having reducing numbers. And I think there are actors in the community taking advantage of the fact that we have little enforcement. So I think if we continue to see that, even though we've talked to them, I would like to maybe expand some of our abilities to enforce public health orders on a local level, but I don't think we need to do that now.
Okay, we'll include that in our report of options.
That'd be great. Anything else in the COVID conversation?
Not for me.
Mayor, could I round it up with some good news?
That would be fantastic.
Great. Yeah, I figured it might be called for. Strong work, all of you. So strong work on the Love Frisco program. I just looked at the dashboard a few hours ago. Since November 15th, 1,088 cards have been bonus, of course, for a value of $76,490. Of that, people are getting a little slow on the spending. I think people are spending some time figuring out what to get all of you as gifts for Christmas. $38,432.90 has been spent in 741 transactions in 47 businesses. And when we visited with you in October 27th, I believe, $53,712 remained for the bonus program. And right now we are at $29,821. So, I mean, that's pretty phenomenal news that people have, like almost $40-some thousand just hanging out there that they are going to spend at those local businesses. Pretty cool.
Vanessa, how many cards were purchased? You froze right at that moment.
Oh, of course I did. That would be Zoom in 2020. 1,088 cards were issued. So that would mean 544 cards were purchased. 544 cards were issued by town council as a bonus. Well done.
That's great. That proof of a good program, I think. So thank you for that update. Any others before we close out the COVID conversation? Okay, at this time, move on to executive session. If someone would.
Deborah, is there a separate?
Yes, we'll be moving into a separate meeting. Everybody should have received it through Outlook. If you have not, please let me know and I can resend it.
Okay.
We'll make the motion here and then we'll close this meeting.
Motion for
Hey,
executive
gang,
session.
before we close out the meeting, I just wanted to get one thing on record. Thanks for bearing with me, everybody. A year ago, one of our local first responders lost his life, Ken Jones, and I was part of a ceremony yesterday where an organization, Tunnels to Towers, paid off their mortgage. And we had that ceremony down at their house in Littleton yesterday. And then the family came up yesterday and visited all the firehouses just to visit with them individually since they couldn't come to them. So I just want to acknowledge Ken and his family a year ago today. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that update. Do we have a motion to move into executive session?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6 402 parentheses 4 parentheses A, the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest concerning the potential acquisition of real property for affordable housing.
Been moved by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Aronson, I believe I heard. Can you call the question, please?
Certainly. Held.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Sherburne.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Fallon.
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Great. So everybody should have the link in their email. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back after logging in and having a quick break.